Also,
Correct. Video used.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋದಾ? ಓಕೆ, ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ. Professor, good morning. Hello. Am I audible, sir? Hello. Good morning, everyone.
I would like to check if my voice is
Please
audible.
kindly take down.
Okay, fine. So good morning, everyone.
Very
It
good
is my
morning.
it is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's skill development program, AI powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agents. On behalf of AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology and IST student chapter, I extend a warm welcome to our respected resource persons, faculty members, and dear participants. To formally welcome the gathering, I now invite Dr. P. Mahabaleshwarappa, Principal, AJIT Mangaluru, who has been a guiding force in promoting academic excellence, innovation, and skill development among students. So we kindly request you to address the gathering and extend your welcome remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning to one and all joined on this, the special occasion of the inauguration of this one-day student development program through the online the platform. Respected, distinguished guests, respected resource persons, esteemed faculty members of our institution, and also esteemed faculty members of the organizations, student participants from various organizations, students of our institution, and the members of the ISTE chapter, and Dr. Ritin Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mangaluru, as the main coordinator of this one-day student development program. At the outset, it gives me an immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all to this an August occasion of the one-day online student development program on AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agents, organized by the ISTE chapter, AJIET Mangalore, in association with the BNY Knowledge Enhancement Program. Especially artificial intelligence is a tool which is widely being used in transforming every aspect of our lives, and software development is among the fields experiencing the most significant change, right from the writing code with the assistance of the AI tools in developing intelligent agents capable of decision making and automation. The future technology is being reshaped. Therefore, it is essential for all the students and the participants of the other institutions to understand not only the various fundamentals of the software development, but also the emerging AI technologies that are driving innovation across the corporate industries. This particular program is more relevant because it introduces participants to the exciting journey from the prompt engineering, the art of effectively communicating with AI systems, to the development of advanced AI agents capable of performing complex tasks. Such knowledge will empower all our students to become future ready professionals. who can adapt to the rapidly evolving technological landscape. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the ISTE chapter of AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology and the BNY Knowledge Enhancement Program for taking this valuable initiative. My special congratulations and the thanks goes to Dr. Ritin Kumar and his core team of faculty members of the AJIET, whose leadership and the cooperation of all the faculties of the AJIET and the coordination have made this program possible in our institution, through our institution. This efforts in bringing together all the experts and the learners on a common online platform is highly commendable. I am very much confident that today's session will provide to the participants with the practical more insights in terms of the industry perspectives and hands-on understanding of AI-powered software development. I encourage all the students to actively engage with the speakers, interact by way of asking many questions, and try to extract and derive the maximum benefit out of this learning opportunity. The knowledge gained today will not only enhance your technical skills, but also inspire you to explore innovative solutions to the real world challenges. As an educators, our goal is to prepare our students for the future, and the programs like this play a vital role in bridging the gap between the academic learning and the industry expectations. I am certain that the concepts discussed, which are going to be discussed today, will open a new avenues and an openings and a window for the research and innovation, and for the career growth of the students. I extend my best wishes to all the participants for the productive and enriching learning experience. I also thank the entire organizing team, faculty coordinators, and resource persons for their valuable contributions. With these words, I formally inaugurate and declare that the student development program is inaugurated on the topic AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agents. Thank you all. I wish on behalf of the management of our institution and on behalf of the AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, this program is going to be a great success, and it is going to reach the rightly to all the participants and the students. Once again, I take this fine occasion and the August platform to convey my best wishes for the great success of this program. Thank you one and all. All the best. Madam, it is not audible.
Thank you so much, sir. Really sorry. Yeah. Thank you for your welcome address. And I would like to thank for your encouraging words and valuable insights, which have set a positive tone for today's program and motivated all of us to actively engage in this learning journey. We are grateful for your constant support and guidance. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now, to provide an overview of the program and highlight its objectives, now I invite Dr. Ritin Kumar NB, Coordinator, ISTE-BNY Workshop, Mangalore, to address the gathering. Sir, we kindly request you to brief the participants on the objectives and significance of today's program.
Thank you, madam. So good morning, dear students. It's my great pleasure to tell about the objective of the today's program. So first and foremost, I welcome the dignitaries of ISTE, Dr. Pratap Singh Kaka Saheb Desai, Honorable President, ISTE New Delhi, and Dr. S.M. Ali, Honorable Executive Secretary, ISTE New Delhi, and Dr. P. Mahabaleshwarappa, Principal, AJIT Mangaluru, Mrs. Anusha Anchan, Assistant Professor, AJIT Mangaluru, Ragesh Raju, Sir Coordinator, Technical Coordinator, AJIT Mangaluru, Dr. Vijay Vaidya Sir, Convener, ISTE-BNY Project, New Delhi, and Dr. S.G. Malshetty Sir is the National Treasurer of IST New Delhi. He was supposed to be the chief guest of today's function due to his busy schedule. So, Sir is going to join in between the program. So, Sir has conveyed his blessing to all the participants who are gathered here. And regarding the objective of the program, so the ISTE, that is abbreviated as Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi, in association with the BNY, has sanctioned the ISTE-BNY Knowledge Enhancement Program 2026 as an initiative aimed at enhancing the technical competence, fostering innovative thinking, and strengthening industry academia collaboration in emerging technologies. As a part of this program, our college, AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mangaluru, is going to organize a student workshop, AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agent. So why we have chosen this particular topic is nowadays the student knows everything is AI. So whatever you go, even in a mobile or it is software or anywhere you go, the AI comes as an the prominent role in all the software. And I can tell that AI can be considered as an eighth wonder of the world. So in this regard, the workshop is designed to provide the participant with a comprehensive introduction to artificial intelligence, prompt engineering, AI-assisted software development tools, and intelligent AI agents through expert lectures, live demonstration, practical exercises, and interactive session. And from this, the student will gain an hands-on experience in leveraging AI for coding, debugging, software documentation, workflow automation, and productive enhancement. The program aims to equip aspiring engineers with the knowledge and skills required to thrive in the rapidly evolving AI-driven software development ecosystem. So we are focusing on the areas here. One is introduction to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and generative AI. You know, nowadays generative AI is very hot topic in the current study. And AI-assisted software development and coding automation. We also focus in this workshop on prompt engineering techniques. So how you can give the prompt when you are using ChatGPT, etc., and effective prompt designs and AI-based code generation, debugging, and documentation, and API integration and workflow automation using AI, fundamentals of AI agent and intelligent automation system. And we also, if time permits, we still have the practical exposure through the demonstration and mini hands-on activity. So with this, I conclude and I wish all the best for the students. Kindly be updated till the end of this program. At the end of this program, we are having some questions that will be the link of the questions will be sent to your WhatsApp as well as your mail. So kindly answer all the questions so that you can get the certificate. So answering the question is a must. Participants has to answer the question to get the participant certificate. And at the end, we will send you the feedback also. So I request all the participants to kindly enter or do the feedback, whatever the link we have given, we will give in the end of the workshop as well as in the mail. Okay. So participation is must. So kindly take care that your participation is throughout the workshop. And at the end, you have to send your feedback as well as the answers for the question, whatever we give. Some 25 questions we have put, and kindly answer to those who are 25 questions so that we can give you the e-certificate of this program. Okay. With this, I conclude. I thank everyone for joining this program. Thank you. ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಸ್ಟ್
Artificial intelligence is no longer a technology of the future. It is already transforming the world around us. From healthcare and education to business, communication, and software development, AI is influencing almost every aspect of our life. Today, organizations across the globe are adopting AI driven solutions to improve efficiency, automate repetitive tasks, and make better decisions. So, this program has been designed to provide you with an introduction to these emerging technologies through expert sessions, demonstrations, and hands on activities. I encourage all the participants to actively engage in the session, ask questions, and make the most of this learning opportunity. I wish you all the productive and enriching learning experience. So we now move on to session 1, Introduction to AI and Modern Development. This session will provide an overview of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and generative AI, along with the popular AI-powered development tools and their applications in modern software engineering. To lead this session, we are privileged to have Mr. Lomin Joy V, Senior Project Engineer in Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad, Kerala. With his expertise and experience, he will guide us through the involving and landscape of AI assisted development. Sir, we kindly invite you to take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Luckily, I have a chance to enter to the Google Meet because it's full 100 participants. So I tried again, and 1 second I got the chance to enter the thing. So happy to see you all, and I thank to the coordinator who is organizing this program well. And we can start the session. Let me share my slide. 1 second. Okay, the slide is visible or not?
It's visible.
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine, sir.
Okay, let me start with a simple question. Do you see this kind of layer in AA? Regarding AA topics, you always see this kind of layers. And initially we thought this is a set of AA is a set of this thing and there is a set of that thing. Actually, this is a Russian Matryoshka doll setup. This round is Russian Matryoshka doll setup. Those wooden doors where you open one and find a smaller one inside and another one inside. That kind of setup is that. So actually, here is the thing that that is exactly how artificial intelligence works. It is not a one single thing. It is layers. You can see it is layers, one inside another. And today, I want to open those doors for you one by one. Okay, the biggest door, the outermost one, you can see the artificial intelligence, or simply called it's AI. Actually, what does that actually mean? That is the first thing we have to learn. It simply means a machine doing something that we thought only a human brain could do. That is the basic definition of artificial intelligence. You think about it, you walk into a factory, you see a robot arm picking up the right part, placing it in exactly the right position. That robot is not being guided by a human every second. It is using AI. That kind of setup is artificial intelligence. And you play chess with your phone and the phone beats you. That is AI. AI is the umbrella. It's like an umbrella. Everything else sits inside this umbrella. So just remember this one line: AI equals machine behaving intelligently. That is the basic thing you have to understand. And next, we are going to move on to the next layer: machine learning. Machine learning means just you said inside the artificial intelligence layer. You found the next layer. It is called machine learning. Let me explain the story. I will tell you a story. Imagine you are teaching a small child to recognize a mango. This kind of example in This is a basic example of every learning, machine learning. So I will also follow the thing. And you are going to teach a small child to recognize a mango. He's not seeing the mango before, and you do not give the child a textbook. You do not say a mango has this exact shade of yellow, this exact weight, this exact structure. We will not do that. Instead of that, we show the child 100 of mangoes, number of mangoes, and you show apples, and you show this is mango and this is apple. And after seeing enough examples, the child learns on its own. This is mango and this is apple. Machine learning works exactly the same way. Instead of programmer writing thousands of rules, and we show the system examples, and we let it figure out the pattern itself. That's a way of machine learning. We don't need to write the full code. This is for what, this is for that. Machine learning is learned from the examples, and it will also figure out from the pattern. And if you consider this example, one example is your bank fraud detection. Nobody programmed the bank software and said, if someone buys groceries from Karnataka and then withdraw the cash in Dubai within 10 minutes, block the account. The programmers don't need to write the things. The AI, the system learned the pattern from millions of real fraud cases. That is machine learning. So machine learning in one line is learning from data without being manually programmed for every situation. That is called machine learning. I think you all know about these things, and I just refreshing the things. And we open the second layer, that deep learning. And this deep learning is inspired by the human brain. Human brain means we know our brain has billions of neurons and tiny cells connected to each other. When you learn something new, a new connection from between those neurons. That is how our learning is happened. So that the same way scientists designed the digital brain, the same way, layers of artificial neurons, each layer understanding something a little deeper. That kind of thing is deep learning. For example, if you show a system an X-ray image, in that X-ray image, the first layer notices edges, shapes, and the second layer notices patterns, shadows, and densities. And the third layer identifies a tumor. That is a human radiologist could miss because we cannot access from the directly by looking the X-ray that not only the expert can identify the tumor. This is deep learning. And it powers the face recognition on your phone. You can use the deep learning. You already use the deep learning in your phone, the face recognition, and voice recognition in Google Assistant, and healthcare image analysis in hospital. There are a lot of examples for that. And generally, deep learning is a brain-like system made of layers, and that recognizes complex patterns. That is deep learning. And now we open the last layer, generative AI. And you see that this is the smallest layer, the innermost, but the most powerful one, generative AI. The key difference is all the earlier layers were about recognized thing. Is this a fraud or not? Is this mango or apple? Is this cancer or not? But generative AI does something completely different. It creates things. We already use the generative AI things, so you can easily understand. It can write a full essay if you give a topic. It can generate a realistic photograph of a face that does not exist. That is the power of generative AI. It can write computer code. It can compose music. It can draft a legal agreement. And you all have about ChatGPT. We know that if we are generative AI, then first time in our mind will come ChatGPT. That is generative AI. When you type a question and it gives you a paragraph, long answer, it is not copying from a database. It's generating fresh language, word by word, based on a pattern is learned. Another example is imagine asking AI, write me a lesson plan for this topic on the water cycle or anyway, whatever, and suitable for this kind of a school with no projector. It will create a fully customized document in seconds. I know you are using ChatGPT because nowadays we are not writing assignments by our own finding and so on. We just put the content into the ChatGPT and we take the result from the ChatGPT and just print out or writing. Earlier days, at least one student have to write the assignment, and we copied the thing. Nowadays, we are not, that one student is not exist. Everybody is asking asking to ChatGPT and or any other generative tool. And now the one interesting fact is, before these assignments look same because one copied from one to other. But nowadays the assignments are different answers. The ChatGPT or generative AI tools gives the different assignments. So we have to reconsider what is the point of giving assignment, just blindly giving the assignment to copy paste from the ChatGPT. Okay, fine. So the generative AI creates the original content. That's the main major part. Original content, text, image, code, audio, based on what it has learned. That is the interesting part of the thing. So let us quickly put the 4 layers together. Outermost cell, the big idea, machine doing intelligent things. And second layer is machine learning, AI that learns from examples instead of fixed rule. That is the major thing you have to understand. And third layer is deep learning. That is, deep learning means machine learning using brain-like layers to understand complex patterns. And the innermost layer, that is generative AI, the most advanced layer, AI that creates new original content. And every time that you see the word AI in the news, ask yourself, which layer are they talking about? Or you just simply ignore that. You can just ask yourself, which layer? Is it artificial intelligence or machine learning or deep learning or this generative AI? Because not all AI is the same. That you have to understand. And a chess playing robot and ChatGPT are both called AI, but they live in different layers. That is the interesting part of this thing. And we move to the second slide. In this slide, you can see 3 stages. 3 stages means rule-based system and neural network and large language models. Let's start with the earlier stage. In the beginning, AI was not intelligent at all. It was just obedient, like an obedient student. AI was like that. A programmer had to manually write every single rule. That was the earlier stage. And for example, if the user says X, then do Y. If this happened, then respond like this. Everything had to be predefined. There is no flexibility, no learning, no adaptation. It was like a traffic signal. Red means stop and green means go. And it doesn't understand traffic. It just follow the rules. That was AI in the earliest days. Earlier days means in before 2020, that kind of thing. Very rigid, very structured, and very limited. And next stage is neural network. Here it's come big shift. Instead of writing rules manually, we started feeding machine data, a huge amount of data. And instead of telling the machine what to do, we allowed to learn patterns from examples. Just like a child, as I said. If you show a child thousands of cat pictures, eventually the child understands what a cat looks like. And not because of someone defining mathematically, but because the brain learned patterns. That's what neural networks do. They assign importance. This feature matters more, this feature matters less. Those connected nodes you see in the diagram, these nodes are diagram, they represent weighted decision. Now AI is not just following rules, it was learning. That was the big leap. And third stage is large language models. Large language models means that where we are now. We are in the third stage now. This is where the tools like you're already familiar, ChatGPT, Cloud, Gemini, like this. These systems don't just detect pattern, they understand context, they understand intent, and they generate brand new responses. And if you ask a calculator 2 plus 2, it gives you 4. If you ask a trained student, they solve it because they learn the method. They learn the method how to add the things. But if you ask a professor, they can explain it, teach it differently, connect to other concepts, and even create new examples. That is large language models do. They generate response dynamically based on the probability, context, and understanding of language. That is the real transformation. So if we zoom out, AI evolved from being told exactly what to do, to learning from examples, to understanding context and creating new content. And from rule following to pattern learning to intelligent generation, that is the journey. And we are just getting started now, this large language models. So for the next slide, we have already have a misconception regarding this ChatGPT, all the things, and how the generative AI actually works. I think all students have this experience with any kind of generative AI model, but we are not aware how the generative AI model works. I will ask you one thing. When you type a message on your phone and it suggests the next word, have you experienced that thing? If you are typing a message on your phone, it suggests the next word. What is your phone actually doing? What is your phone actually doing? How they give the next, suggest the next word? It is not thinking. It is not thinking. It is understanding. It is simply saying, based on what has been typed so far, what word most commonly comes next. AI is not a thinking machine, that you must understand. Imagine the same, that autocomplete. We are doing the autocomplete someday. Because it trained on billions of books, websites, research papers, code repositories, conversation, and trained on virtually everything humanity has ever written. That is thing. This is generative AI. At its core, the world's most powerful autocomplete tool. That is generative AI. And the big reveal is, this is the part of surprise most people they don't know this exact thing. We see ChatGPT can write a beautiful poem or essay or any story, or explain complex legal document. And we think this machine must be thinking. It must understand. But there is the truth. Generative AI does not think. That you have to understand this time. Generative AI does not think. It only predicts. Every single word it produces, it is calculating. Given everything typed so far, what is the most probable next word? That is the way generative AI works. Then it picks that word, then it asks again, now what is the most probable next word? And again, word by word, one token at a time. The output feels intelligent because the prediction is so good, trained on so much human writing, that it sounds like a thoughtful human wrote it. But underneath, it is pure mathematics, probability, and statistics. And now what is a token? You understand what is the token? A token is roughly a word, or sometimes part of a word. When you write a function 2, the AI breaks that into tokens. Write a function 2. Then it's look to those tokens and ask what token most likely come next in this context, based on the context. Based on everything it has learned from billions of lines of code, documentation, and tutorials, is calculate probabilities. Maybe the word fetch has an 85% probability, calculate has a 10% probability, and render has a 5% probability. It picks fetch because it's high probability and add it. Then repeat the word process for the next word and the next. By the time it has done this 100 of times, you have a complete well-written function generated on probable word at a time. That is how the ChatGPT works. It is not a thinking machine. Machine cannot think. That you have to understand. And I will make this even more concrete. I'm going to say a phrase, and I want you complete in your head. You don't need to say the word. You just complete in your head if you are seriously listening to this thing. The national bird of India is the. You just complete the answer in your head. The national bird of India is the. I think you all completed is peacock. Every single person in this room, in this Google Meet room, has said peacock. You did not calculate it. You did not look it up. You have heard that phrase so many times. Your brain just completed. That is exactly what the AI is doing. Except it had read trillions of such phrases, so its completion is extraordinarily accurate. Now imagine I say, I want to write a resignation letter, polite but firm, for someone leaving after 10 years. I just want to write. Because if I am writing this thing, I just want to, my emotions is controlled by the thing. But if you are using a ChatGPT, if you're generating an AI tool, the AI tool use the old resignation letter format they've ever seen, and professional writing conversion, every polite phrases, and assembles something appropriate. That the AI does the same. They have seen so many resignation letters during the training. There was a training period. There was a training period for every model. In that training period, they see so many resignation letters, and that it can assemble a perfect one token by token based on probability. The magic is not that it thinks. You never think the machine can think. Machine cannot think. It's only predict. The magic behind the generative AI tool is it's seen so much human thinking. That is, prediction are different from thought. Prediction and thoughts are different. So machine can only predict. And why this matter is practically. Now, why does this matter to you? This thing is, first, why AI sometimes gets facts wrong. Sometimes AI gives the wrong answer. It is because it is not looking up database. It is prediction. It is predicting what sound right based on pattern. Sometimes the most probable sounding answer is not the accurate one. That is the case that generative AI gives the wrong answer. This is called hallucination. That's the way you just remember, hallucination. Always verify important facts by us. We just don't blindly trust the AI. Second thing is, explain your prompt matters so much. You don't need to give the just one word line for prompt. The better the input you give, the better the context for prediction. A very vague question gives a vague answer, that you have to understand. A detailed, specific question gives a sharp, useful answer. And third thing is, it should remove the fear. It should remove the fear means this is not a mysterious thinking machine. Generative AI is not a mysterious thinking machine. It is a very delicate machine, pattern completion engine. You just understand that thing. You can work with it, guide it, question it, just like any tool. And understanding this one thing, that AI predicts the next probable token and demystifies 90% of what feels mysterious about generative AI. That's the thing you have to think. So the next time someone says AI is thinking, then you can simply smile and say, no, it's calculating very, very well. And the next time you use an AI tool, remember, you are not talking to a mind. Some students or some persons are interacting AI as a girlfriend and boyfriend. Hi, how are you? How was your day? What are you doing now? You are, and it will give you an extraordinary slide. Understand what is AI? I hope you got the idea and how it generates. Now, most of all, a very important question. Because today, when someone says use AI means they could mean 4 completely different things. There are different applications for different region, different tasks. Let me introduce you to the 4 major players. 4 major players in AI. In simple language, you know exactly what each one is good for. First one is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is the all-rounder. We all know the ChatGPT. We're all familiar with the ChatGPT because ChatGPT is the first OpenAI model. It's a company made by this OpenAI, and think of ChatGPT as the brilliant friend who is good at almost everything. We have some kind of friends that they can do anything. They can do anything. Writing, brainstorming, explaining, coding, summarizing, that kind of ability. And you go to him when you have a general problem. You remember that bit? You go to ChatGPT when you have a general problem and want a quick, smart answer. Then you can simply go to ChatGPT. And it's like new to draft a proposal, ChatGPT. Want to brainstorm 10 ideas from a workshop, ChatGPT. Want a rough prototype of a small program, ChatGPT. It works as a standalone website. You open it to your website and start chatting. I think you all know about the ChatGPT thing. And it is the most popular AI tool in the world today because of its versatility, fast and easy to use for almost everyday task. I remember it is the small all-rounder and best for general writing, thinking, and quick code. If you have a general task. And next thing is Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Copilot is, and this one is special. It's special for someone who live inside Microsoft Office. In the view of a student, you don't need to use the Microsoft Office every day because you just want to create the PowerPoint presentation once at a semester, and also you just need to use the Microsoft document Word once in a month or so. But for teachers and other office workers, actually they live inside the Microsoft Office. If your daily work involves Word document, Excel sheet, and PowerPoint presentation, and emails and team meeting, a Copilot is directly built into all of this. You do not even need to leave your Word document to use it. Imagine you have a 40-page report in Word, and you simply summarize this into 5 bullet points, and it will simply give the answer. Copilot reads the whole document and gives the summary. Or you have a messy data in Excel, thousand data, and you type which subject is underperform or perform, that kind of thing. It analyzes the spreadsheet and it gives answer. And for schools, colleges, and office already using Microsoft 365, Copilot is the most natural fit because it requires zero switching between tools. And always remember, the Office Insider. Copilot is the Office Insider. If you are not using the Microsoft Office, you can use other generative AI tools. But if you are very confident using the Microsoft Office and you are not ready to leave the Microsoft Office ecosystem, you can add the Copilot in your ecosystem and it will give the best for your productivity, and you can generate more content like some class type of content. And next thing is the Google Gemini. There are a lot of other generative AI tools. I just give the standard one. Google Gemini, you can use this as a research assistant, and it's made by Google, and its superpower is being connected. That is the power of Google Gemini. While ChatGPT and others work primarily from what they learned during training, but Gemini is deeply integrated with Google's live data. That's why they are using for Google Gemini is used for research assistant, and meaning it can search the web in real time. Google Gemini can search in the web real time and bring you current information. It also sits inside Google Workspace, a Gmail, Docs, Sheet, Meet. And if you are working in an ecosystem of the Google thing, because Google Doc, Google Sheet, and Google Slides, then you can use the Google Gemini very well. And best use case is when you need a current up-to-date research combined with the document creation. You ask Gemini, what are the latest guidelines for this thing that in 2026, that kind of thing. It searches the web and finds current result and can even help you draft a document based on those findings. But the only thing, all tools have their own strength and their own drawbacks. So wisely using these tools is become you are smarter in the AI. And it's used for researching purpose and best for live research. Perplexity also you can use for the research purpose. And next thing is cloud. The fourth thing is cloud, made by company Anthropic. Cloud is developed by the company Anthropic. This is a cloud is the most powerful tool among the others in current situation. It's a different personality from others. That's why cloud is very much popular. Cloud built with a strong emphasis on safety and nonce reasoning. It's particularly good task that require careful, balanced thinking. I said first ChatGPT for general task, daily, day-to-day general task. But for cloud is if you need a careful, balanced thinking, understanding and complex document, and evaluating arguments from. Okay. I just hold for some minutes because one guest is from IST is to address the students. Okay.
Sir, sorry for the introduction, sir. So we have a guest today as a chief guest. Actually, he should be joined at 9:15, but due to his busy schedule, so sir could not join on that time. Now he has joined. So I will take some 5 minutes and I will brief about him, and then I will ask, please continue the session, sir. Okay. So dear students, so now we are having Dr. Malshetty, Sharanappaji Malshetty from Gulbarga as a chief guest of today's program. Sir is actually a national treasurer of ISTE New Delhi. Sir has completed his MSc in Karnataka University and PhD from Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Andhra Pradesh, Anantapura, Andhra Pradesh. Sir is having rich experience of 35 years. Served as a lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, and professor at SLN Engineering College, Raichur. And apart from these, sir is also sir also served as a Senate member of Gulbarga University in 1998 to 2000. He was an academic counseling member. He was a president of Adi Lingeshwara Hanin Sahakara Sangha and life member of Tagore Memorial College, Raichur. And apart from these, he is also an executive council member of ISTE New Delhi and National Treasurer ISTE New Delhi till date. With this brief introduction, so I welcome Dr. Sharanappa G. Malshetty, sir, to the online workshop. I kindly request, sir, to speak a few words about the conference for our students. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good morning to all. Good morning to our respected principal, faculty members, and dear students. I am delighted to inaugurate this students' workshop on AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agent today at Sigma Elite Academy. We stand at a turning point where artificial intelligence is no longer just a subject to study, but a partner that writes code, debugs errors, and automates autonomous workflows alongside developers. For students, the future of software development will depend on two skills: how clearly you can communicate with AI through prompts, and how smartly you can design AI agents to solve the problem. This workshop is designed to give you hands-on exposure to both. You will learn prompt engineering technology to get precise results from AI tools, and then move steps by steps towards building simple AI agents that can plan, less reason, and take action. My sincere thanks to the organizing team and resource person for putting together this learning platform for our students. I encourage all participants to stay curious, engage actively, and experiment without fear. The skills you gain here will give you a strong edge in colleges, projects, hackathons, and future careers. With these words, I declare the workshop open and wish all of you an inspiring and productive session ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, I request our Luminjoy, sir, kindly continue the session, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we can continue where I stop is why we are using this cloud. Then cloud is used for the long document analysis and structured reasoning and tasks where accuracy matters more than speed. If you matters the speed, then you can go to the ChatGPT, no issue. And the careful analyst, we need this careful analysis and best for long document, complex reasoning, and that only the difference between ChatGPT using ChatGPT and cloud is cloud gives the more accurate data, but it takes some delay compared to ChatGPT. So we are going to conclude this slide. Before conclude this slide, let me give a quick decision gate. Writing a blog post or brainstorming idea, you can use ChatGPT. Working in a Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and want AI inside those tools and Microsoft Copilot. And need current news and live research or working in Google Doc and Gmail, then you can use Google Gemini. Have a long document to analyze a complex logical problem to evaluate, then there is Cloud. None of these tools is universally the best. Each has a home ground. The wise approach is to know what each one is strong at. That's the idea we have to learn, and pick the right tool for the right task. Just like you would not use a hammer to tighten a screw. We are not doing like that. Even though both are tools, but we are not using the hammer to tighten a screw. Now you know the four and knowing which tool to reach for, and is a skill of working with the AI effectively. So I think this theory part is very, you don't need to sit in the theory part. Theory part is very, also in sitting in the classroom is very boring, because if you are hearing the always theory. So here comes to the hands-on part. The next slide. Okay. Anyone of have you about that Arena A in this group? Anyone is familiar with this Arena A? Someone is familiar with this thing, Arena A? Okay. Nobody is familiar with the tool, Arena A? Okay. This Arena A, I will show the this dashboard and all the things. Before that, before we saw the 4 AI tools. Each company say their models is the best. Every week there is a new headline, new AI beats all competence. And there are plenty of AI tools. And I will show some AI tools in this Arena A. Arena A is a battlefield. Battlefield means to compare. Platform is used to compare which model is the best. This is used for which model is the best by researchers back early in the University of Researchers developed the things. I show the dashboard. If you are not familiar, use this Arena A, because all the AI tools have some subscription models. Because after if you get the subscription, after some time it shows that your limit is how to reset, and you wait for this time. So this Arena A, the interesting part of the Arena A, you can use all the AI models free in this Arena A model, because the Arena AI model is to compare which model is best. So we are the users, and we are the testers of this model. And I will show the thing. 1 second. Okay. Can you see the page? Share. Are you able to see the? Okay. So here I will show you. This is the Arena AI workspace, and here you can see the Max. This model is Max, and this model is you can use any kind of. There is a battle mode, agent mode, side by side, and direct. These 4 modes are there, and I will start with the direct mode. Direct mode means you can use any kind of models. Any kind of model. These models, you are familiar with this thing. You heard Gemini, GPT, Grok, but Qun somehow you heard, Minimax, and GLM, MLMO, Kimi, Mistral. There are a lot of models are there. And if you want to use any model, you can click the model and you can type the thing. But if you want to take the power of all models, you can select the Max model. Max model is made by Arena A. This Max model is, they can use in a task, this Max model use the multiple models. Which model is appropriate to perform the task? According to that, the Max model take that thing. Otherwise, we can only use the if you select ChatGPT or Gemini AI or Cloud AI, then it only the task performed by that model. But Max model can intelligently route all the things. So here, you think this is a ChatGPT or Cloud AI or anything you want to do, that kind of platform this is. You just write a program for anything, or generate a more like lesson plan, and you just copy paste the things here, and you can add files here, and you can analyze, and all the things are doing. But only the difference is, if you are using Google that's Cloud AI, then you will get the document version. That document version we will not get from here. It will give only content generation. You can use this thing for a content generation and code generation and image generation. Anything you can do with the other generative AI tools you can use. And I will show the example. Anything you can just give a essay about AI. Then you just type in another laptop. That's why it's if you are using a fresh thing. And also, if you want to generate a app or website, you just click here and I want to develop a website like Meesho, like Amazon thing. Then within 3 or 4 minutes, it will generate the website like Amazon's. That kind of thing we can use. I will show you once the website is developed. And also here, a battle mode. Battle mode means you can compare two models. You can give the input, and these two models, according to your choice, not anonymous two models, they can they will generate the two result. So you can compare, and side by side means you can use your own two models. Your own two models means one model Google Cloud Gemini, second model Cloud, and you can compare with the thing. And agent mode is, if you want to create a complex task, you just select the agent mode and you just type, and you don't worry about anything. That agent will create everything and they will give the output. You don't need to just yes or approved, not that kind of thing. You don't need to do. You just give the thing and it will create. And I will show the result after 2 or 3 minutes, and we will move on to the next slide, next part. One second.
Engine of the car needs to be mechanically developed and
Okay. 1 second. I will show the next slide. And if the result will come, I will show the thing. Okay. Now we will move on to the next slide. 1 second. Okay. This one is that defining the shift. I think this thing is not finished. Okay. After this slide, I think this will finish. Okay, let me ask you a question that might make some of you uncomfortable. When you learn to type, but in this area, your Gen Alpha and Gen C students, we are not doing for the typewriting, but you know how to type in the calculator and the laptop is fast. Anyone tell you that typing speed would one day not matter? Because if you have a good typing speed, you can type any code, any essay, anything other than the other students, if you have typing speed. But someone says this typing speed is not much any value one day. And also, when programmers spend years memorizing syntax and semicolons and bracket position, you know how to write the C program. If you miss the one semicolon, the entire program will not work. And a bracket position and all the things. And didn't even tell them that one day they could just describe what they want in plain English. Because if you want to create a program, they don't want to write the program and they don't want to memorize all the things. They just type in plain English. And machine would write the code. And that day is here. We don't want to write any program. That machine will create the program. And it has a name. That name is vibe coding. Anyone heard this word before? Vibe coding. In this, yes, okay. So before going to this session, this slide, I want to just ask if you have any fear about while completing your BTech course, any course, computer science or any course, the old machines will take over the programmer's job, and you don't have any job. That kind of fear you have because of the vibe coding. There is a lack of opportunity for programming field. If you have any fear like that, and this is not a radio. I'm not a broadcasting thing. You can also reply to this. I'm not a radio. If yes or no, you can say yes, yes, sir. I have this fear. Or no, I don't have any fear. Or you can type the answer. So you are in neutral. Yes or no? We don't know. That's a thing. No, sir. You don't have any fear about while if you are not getting the job because of the vibe coding. Yeah, that's a good thing. If you are the no, because of that no is, you know the context clearly. Because of that, you said no, it's fine. Otherwise, because the answer is no. Answer is I will explain. You don't worry about that. If your job is taken by the AA, that kind of thing, you don't worry. The job will not go. The programming job will not go anywhere. That it will stay, remains. That reason I will tell. But if you are saying the no because of this understanding, what is the real reason behind that is okay. Otherwise, we don't have any fear because of we are ignorant. If you don't know about the current situation, we don't have any fear. That's a simple scenario. But if we are no understanding the current situation, our fear will go. The thing is, every company is now using vibe coding. And in news or LinkedIn, one question I forgot to ask: do you have LinkedIn profiles? In the AA array, in this AA array, if you are not using LinkedIn, then you are far away from this current technology scenario. This Instagram will not give you anything technology related things. Okay, it's fine if you are we are not reading newspaper, so you can use the Instagram to get the daily updates. Which trending is in the current trending is which food and which movie, like that kind of things you can use Instagram. But for the technology perspective, if you are not using LinkedIn, then start using from today itself. And you just spend at least 1 minute, once in a week. I don't insist to do it every day. Once in a week, you just spend 1 minute, then you will get that understanding of current technology. And now I am going to teach the advantage of vibe coding. But also I am teaching that drawbacks of vibe coding and how the vibe coding is dominating the programming area currently, and how this vibe coding will fade away in recent years. The thing is, using vibe coding, the companies can eliminate the number of employees. Number of employees means if a company have 20 employees, and these 20 employees have 50,000 rupees per month, then one employee can do with a vibe coding platform, one employee can do the 19 employees job. Then the CEO, in the perspective of the management perspective, the CEO can easily eliminate that other 19 employees, and he can save the money. Immediately, all the companies, all the startups, not the major companies, all the startups are doing like this. They eliminate that. They lay off the old employees and they limited the number of current employees, and they start using the AI tools, the vibe coding tool for generating the software. The important factor is using the vibe coding. There are multiple factors why the vibe coding is not standalone. One thing is using vibe coding, we can create only MVP, minimum viable product. That is prototype. The prototype only to see the investor. We can create a vibe coding platform. We can create a prototype using vibe coding platform, and we can show the prototype to a investor. The investor can see, okay, this is fine, because in that prototype we are using happy path flow. You heard about that word, happy path flow? Anyone is heard about that happy path flow? Okay, you will understand what is happy path flow while presenting your final year project in front of your faculty. You will learn, you will understand, you will use the happy path flow, because my project is working like this. My project is start, left, right, and turn. Only this kind of path flow my project is work. So I will only show this right, left, turn. If someone asks to, instead of right, someone asks to left, then the entire project will collapse. That kind of thing is the prototype, MVP, and happy path flow. So this vibe coding platform can deliver only this MVP product. And in the user perspective, it is a product, commercial product. There are a lot of constraints. This lot of constraints means we cannot predict how the user behave, because this vibe coding platform have not that much data. So the user can use anything. They don't know about a happy path flow. They want to spoil our product, because they want to test every features it's working or not. That is our basic instinct. And said this product is not good. That kind of nature is this human nature. So they are using to start testing the software testing part. The users start that software testing, and the product will fail. So the vibe coding is not ready for this year. The vibe coding is not meant for this product failure. And another factor is, if you are subscribed a vibe coding platform or generative AI tool, there is a limitation. There's a limitation, meaning this monthly subscription amount is 2,000, and after 2,000, that usage limit, you have to wait for reset. But for the enterprise solution, there is no limitation. That means continuously, it's like a postpaid connection. Continuously they can use, and according to the usage, they have to pay the subscription amount. So what happened is, the companies started using the vibe coding platform. This vibe coding platform create the program, and it also create the problem, and it's also create the solution, and again problem, again solution. The problem and solution they already create. The vibe coding platform itself create, and every time it's used the token usage. It's called token usage. The token usage is increasing, and after 1 month, the startups realize that the 20 employees with 50,000 rupees have this much amount. But one employee with one vibe coding platform is more than the salary of this 20 employees. That's why they are realizing the fact, and they are recalling the employees. In nowadays, you can see in the news that layout of employees are recalled by the companies, and they are ready to give them the job. And they understand, they realized this vibe coding platform is a assist tool, not a full tool for this product thing. So you don't worry about your job is not taking anywhere after using this vibe code. Because of the vibe coding, your job is, the programming is still there. That I will tell how you can sustain in this era. And it's correct. Some repeated task will eliminate. That is sure. That is no point of there for arguing that thing. So here in this slide, I already told about the things. Vibe coding. Vibe coding is a new way of building software, and more broadly, a new way of doing knowledge work. The formula is very simple. Natural language prompt. You can see natural language prompts. If you are not if you are not understanding to give the prompt in English, you can prompt in your region language. That is the best understanding. And AI generation plus human curation is equal to vibe coding. So instead of writing coding line by line, you describe what you want in plain English. You say, build me, for example, build me a form that collects student names, grades, and attendance, and saves it a spreadsheet. That AI generate the code, and you review, refine it, and you get it. And you can say, make it simple. Add a submit button. And what if the student name is left blank? You are not typing the code, you are just directing it. Like a film director who does not operate the camera. You can imagine that thing. The film director does not operate the camera, but he is decide every frame. 1 second, I will show it's coming or not. Okay. Now you can see, I just create a website using this LM Arena site like a Amazon. And you can download the code here. Here you can see the download button, and you can download the code, and you can just add your own thoughts and all the things in a coding platform. That's up to you. Okay. Now we move on to the next slide. Okay. So you can see the two roles, typist and director. Typist means the traditional programmer, and the traditional programmer work is you cannot imagine what was the traditional programmer duty, because you are not going to write the programs nowadays. You just copy paste from any generative AI tool. So you cannot feel that pain what our generation does using Google search and Stack Overflow. I don't know you heard about Stack Overflow. And if you have any difficult problem, we post on the Stack Overflow and wait for 1 or 2 weeks and somebody is going to answer that thing. And in search, Google search, we are searching and finding and restless night, that kind of thing. But nowadays, it's very easy. You just type the program and you will get the answer. So the typist is about syntax, the exact spelling of commands, the placement of semicolons, and remembering which bracket goes where. And if they forget a semicolon in the C program, the whole program breaks. The bottleneck is typing speed and memorization. If you can type very fast, you can create the program very fast. And also you have a memory ability. And second role is director. Director is their work about intent, being able to describe clearly what they want the system to do. You imagine what is the director? He said he explained the scene to the actors and just act, and he just watching what they are performing or well. The same grade that AIS output, they ask the right question, they catch when something looks wrong, and even if they cannot explain the exact technical reason, we can direct. The bottleneck is clarity of thought. If you have a clarity of thought, then only we can use the thing. So for decades, programming was a skill locked behind years of technical training. If you have a technical training, then only you can do the programming. Only those who have memorized languages, frameworks, and syntax could build software. Okay. If you are not anything knowing about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you see one person just using a 2-line, he build a beautiful website. That is the power of AI. So anyone who can think clearly and describe precisely can build software. No need of the technique. The gate that kept non-technical pupils are out has been removed. So if you are deeply understand how the students will learn, can now build a customized quiz application. Teachers can customize quiz application using this AI, and she don't want to learn the code, but because she can clearly describe what she wants. And also a doctor who understands patient workflows can build a simple data tracking tool because he can articulate the logic in the plain language. So the human value has shifted from execution to vision. If you have a vision, you can create any kind of application. If after this FDP, you can use this Arena AI, and you just type. I just type one sentence. I want to develop a website like Amazon. Then it will create everything, the fashion, human, books, gaming, accessories, everything exactly like Amazon. So this is the part I want every person in this meet to take home. For the last century, education has rewarded two things heavily. One thing is memory and speed, and remember more facts than others, and solve problems faster than others. But AI has quietly made both of those less valuable. That is the interesting shift. It remembers everything. It works at speed no human can match. And what AI cannot replace, at least not yet. In our lifetime, it will not replace. That is, there are some reasons. If you don't worry. Genuinely clarity of thought. Machine cannot did that thing, the genuine clarity of thought. They cannot think himself. So the ability to understand real problem deeply and to know what you actually want and to evaluate whether the output is good or not and to ask the next right question. That is the genuinely clarity of thought. And so the new professional skill is after you complete your graduation, that time the new professional skill is not can you type code? Nobody is asking, can you type code? It is, can you think clearly enough? Can you think clearly enough to direct an intelligent system? That is the only thing you want to understand. And this is actually a good news for every field. Anyone who was deep domain expert but was never a programmer. Because now after this AI, in this AI array, anyone can program using this thing. Only the domain knowledge and critical thinking. Critical thinking you have to know. So the basic thinking is critical thinking and the clarity of thought. And I just give a 1 minute example to evaluate your critical thinking, your own. You don't need to say the answer. You just write the answer. 1 minute exercise in your not in your no need to write in your paper and everything. You just think in your mind. You don't need to say the answer. The question is my objective. You just understand my objective. My objective is if A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, C is equal to 30, print the largest. Write the logic of this question. You just take 1 minute and you just prepare the answer in your mind. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, C is equal to 30, print the largest. The logic of behind this objective. Just take 1 minute. Okay, I think you got the answer. Anybody can tell the answer and means the logic, or they just type the first word, how you calculate the thing. The reason I know the reason behind you are not replying. There is a traditional way because I am answering only when when the teacher called my roll number. Then only I answer. I don't have to answer this. Anybody can answer that kind of thing. I'm not trained. So I will wait for my roll number until the teacher said. Okay. Have you tried this logic? A greater than B or B greater than C or A greater than C? That kind of thing? Yes or no? You can just thumbs up or type yes. That kind of thing. Anyone? Okay. You tried. So most of them have used that logic. That A greater than B, B greater than C, and A greater than C. But the answer is wrong. The answer is, my objective is A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, C is equal to 30, print the largest. The answer is either you can print C or you can print 30. No need to write the logic and not need to write the code. That is the genuine clarity of thinking. The question itself have its answer. You don't need to, if the program is, if you write a program to find any largest of any three number, then that logic is sufficient. A greater than B, B greater than C. But here, the context is, the answer is already given. You just need to print the result. That is critical thinking. So you practice for every problem. You don't jump to the conclusion and don't jump to the to start responding. You just think and react. Okay. So we move on to the next slide. Okay. Here, the specific toolkit. Specific toolkit means in vibe coding. Specific toolkits regarding vibe coding. Have you familiar with any vibe coding platform? any whiteboarding platform, the traditional VS Code. VS Code is a traditional platform programming IDE, and the VS Code now we can do the whiteboarding, and also Cursor AI, Replit, Cloud Artifact, and a GitHub Copilot, and Anti-Gravity, Windsurf, Open Code AI. There are a lot of whiteboarding platforms. But the problem is these all are paid versions, but we can use to some extent and wait for the next day. That is the problem. So I will show the Open Code AI. Open Code AI is simply to install and all the thing. Here, you just download the Open Code AI and you just type, you will get the thing, exe file, and you just open, and you open a folder, just as, and here you just type what kind of software you want to create. What type of software you want to create. Just type, I want to create a I want to create a what of the I want to create a I don't get the simple thing. I want to create a software for food quality testing. Food quality testing. For example, I just give, you can give it, and you can give the send button, and it will create the software. But this is not a right way. You don't do this kind of thing. Before starting this, starting to create a software using a whiteboarding, I already told this all based on tokens. How many tokens you use, that your usage will reduce. So before, if you type this thing, it will start creating the architecture first, then only it create the code. So before that, you just go to the your favorite this AI generating tool and click, I want to create a software food quality test, give the executive summary. Executive summary. Then you just type, once again, give a executive summary. Then you get right. Oh, I side by side. You just take the direct one. Don't need to. Executive summary. Then you just wait for 1 minute, and you will get a executive summary. Then you have to read that summary, because otherwise it is blind coding, not vibe coding. It is blind coding. It is called blind coding. You are right. You are driving a car by holding your eyes. That kind of thing is the blind coding. You just read, and okay, executive summary. You just read. Okay, is according to your mind. Then okay. Then give the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan, and it will give the comprehensive plan, and you use the comprehensive plan. Maybe it will come only one response, otherwise it will come 2 response. So you can choose anyone. Otherwise, here one skip button will come. Maybe the skip button will come, and or wait for the comprehensive plan. Okay. This will get the, okay, I skip one because I want to only one thing. I don't want the full thing. There's comparison. So vision and mission, problem statement, proposed solution, and everything you will get. And after that, you can just give the, type the thing, please give the code. Please give the code and part by part. Otherwise, it will give the full code, and in the middle of the creating, it will go to hallucination part. So just give, after getting all the modules, then you just type, give the code. Give the code, and after that, you can do in 2 ways. I will show. Now the comprehensive thing is happen. And if they're giving the code, start giving the code, you can either using the terminal. If you are something know the programming know, then you can create the mkdir, that creating the directory, and you can copy paste the file, and you can add the file, and from LM Arena, you can copy paste the files, and here copy the files and paste here. That is the one way. Otherwise, after creating the code, you just copy the code and paste here, and just click. So you create it. Okay. Bharat Naidu reason. Do you have any doubt? No. But I saw the Bharat Naidu raise the hand for asking a doubt. Okay, fine. I think it's accidentally happened. So the best way to, my suggestion is, best way is to create the code from LM Arena is Arena A itself. Now the comprehensive plan is here. Then give code part by part. Code, just type code part by part, and it start give the code. So you can copy the part 1 and paste here, then press this button, and it will create the first page. Then go to the again second part, and you can copy paste, or you can create the file. You can create the file in that OpenAI coder and copy paste the code, then it will create the file. I prefer the second option is you can save the token. You can save the token means Arena AI is free. He's like our servant. He will do anything, whatever we want. But OpenCode AI is a paid servant. We cannot use as a full free. After some time, it will stop. Not only OpenAI code, Cursor AI, Anti-Gravity, any open code, this vibe coding platform will stop after some certain time. So we can limit the usage of the token. That's why I suggest to copy the code from here. This Arena AI produce the every code, and they will give a structure. And we can create the structure, a skeleton of the software using Arena AI and this OpenCode AI. And after that, the beautification, this creating the professional UA, this CSS thing, that whole thing we can do with the OpenCode AI. That is the way of doing the vibe coding. Otherwise, nowadays these students will do just simply type the thing. What thing is just type create the thing, and he is waiting for the answer. And they don't know what is happening behind that, and they don't know what technology is underlying. So everything is if you are using the vibe coding, every single line, not code. I show that thing again. Not code. Every single thing. This one is sample model. Okay. This file is the next file. Next file is this thing. Test result model. That thing you have to read just for the understanding. Maybe you don't know how to happen all the things, but you just read and you just apply. Otherwise, it is simply called blind coding. Okay. So the next slide is okay. Here we already do the thing, the scripting. ChatGPT, we can use the cloud ChatGPT to write a Python script from plain English prompt, what's natural language to compile into syntax, and vibe coding. I show the vibe coding thing, and in the vibe coding, you see the thing is happening. Just here, I show. I will copy the comprehensive. 1 second. Now the coding is happening. So I just copy the summary, executive summary to the OpenCode AI. Okay. This one is, I copy that, and now it will start doing the programming. It will understand the content, and here it start the program, and it will create the beautiful software for your performance. So one more thing I want to teach you. Did you heard about Google Notebook LM? You are familiar with the Notebook LM? If you are not familiar with the Notebook LM, that means you are not living in the correct AA in the current AA era. If you are not familiar with the Google Notebook LM, you are not using AA. Simply, I said, you are not using AA correctly. You just get just rounding with the ChatGPT, Cloud AA things. Google Notebook LM is the powerful tool for they can do so many things. But before that, I will show how to use the Notebook LM. But before that, I want to tell you, this is not a content generation tool. Notebook LM is not a content generation tool. You can use Notebook LM with ChatGPT, Notebook LM with Cloud, Notebook LM with the Grok and all things. I will show you. Try. You just open the Notebook LM and just try Notebook LM. Then it will open. Okay. Like this. And here you can create new. Click create new. Okay, here you will see the loading notebook and all the things. And if you want to generate anything means you can create an audio overview about a text and video overview, and you can create report, you can create quiz, data tables, infographic, flashcard, mind map, and PowerPoint, PPT. I think you have used the for creating the PPT. PPT you are using Canva and other type of tools. But the in world's largest, number one PPT creation tool is Kimi K2. Kimi K2 slide. But that is a paid version. But you can use the free version of Kimi K2. And also you can use Cloud AI for the generation of PPT. It will give nice PPT. But if you are using this Notebook LM, your entire perspective will change. That is the power of Notebook LM PPT creation. So here I will show you. I want to create the report of that document of PPT of that the software we are building on that thing, and I click the copy test. 1 second. Create notebook, and in create notebook, click the copy test. And I enter the content here, and left side, it will act as a source. From this source, Food Quality Pro. Food Quality Pro is our product we are going to. And here we can create the audio overview. And you can try after the session, you can try your own self. It will work on your mobile phone also, no issue. And video overview, report, quiz, data table, infographic, flashcard, mind map, and slide deck. If you click the slide deck, then it will generate the slide deck. And it will also take some time, 1 to 5 minutes. And after that, we can see the slide of this food quality. And here, our software is starting to build and database schema model. And what's your priority? They ask, what is your priority? Which module we want to say? And I simply type 1. Then it will start the database model. And you just curate like a director. And you just curate the things, and you just wait for the result. You just wait for the result and give some patience. And then the result will come very nicely. The all programs will write by the vibe coding. So they are writing the coding by the program. The token is reducing. Instead of that, you can use this program. You can use the program from here and copy paste. Then you can save the token. That up to you. So these are the tools which we are going to. You must know about these things. ChatGPT, I think everybody know the thing, and also the Cloud AI, and I think Arena AI. anyone have the previous experience with Arena AI? Anybody have this previous experience? You said I have used the Arena AI before. Before you introduce this tool in front of us, we use this Arena AI. Anybody have this experience? They can raise hand. No, okay, fine. So this is you just think this is a content creation site with unlimited offer, unlimited usage. There is no limit. You can do anything, but only the difference is, the difference I will show you. I will show. We generate a content from here and it will create the content like a text, plain text. But if you are using the Cloud AI and paste the thing here, Cloud AI and paste the thing here and create a document. Create a document. And it will create the documents, Word document, very nicely formatted Word document. So if you can just type here also you can just type create a document like this, but it will take the tokens for content generation. I hope you understand what I am telling you. They take the Cloud AI, take the content generation tokens, and after that they take the document generation token. But we can save the content generation token if you are using this Arena AI, and we just paste the content here and just said create a document. Then it will create a. I will show the thing. It will take some time. Okay, generating slide deck also takes some time. 1 to 5 minutes. 1 to 5 minutes it will take. Okay, these all are the things for this current AI, the basic level understanding you have to do, because these demo I show some demos, 3 different levels demos. 1 second, I will show the slide. And demo 1, just writing a code and no longer recurring this knowing code. It requires knowing what you want, and you just type and it will create. And in demo 2, we can build the application. We can build the application, website, and all the things using Arena AI. Arena AI, I show the Arena AI. And Arena AI is not only for the website creation. That's one application. You can generate images, anything you can use, and you can use this kind of lot of models are there. And if you use the max, it will automatically route the most capable model of your specific model. So you always choose the max model. And third model is this one. What is this? Vibe coding. And in the vibe coding, we are doing this prompt. First thing is prompt and generate AI, then executive, test, and direct iterate, like a director. Now you see here the codes are writing. Okay, yes. So I will say do next. Do next means they will do the next part. Second phase and third phase until the software completely finished. It will say then what is the next for food code? API scaffold, Almbrick migration, Docker environment, UI prototype, and I select the UI prototype. Just they will not replace the people who think layerly. That is the one thing you understand. It will replace the people who do not learn how to direct it. How to direct. If you don't know how to direct it, and you cannot come with the AI. So I think we can wind up the things, and I take some more minutes for this waiting for this thing, 1 or 2 minutes. So we began today with a simple layer concept, layer by layer. We saw that AI is not a magic. It is not thinking. It is not conscious. It is powerful mathematics. It's guided by human intention. And AI is biased. I think in the coming sessions, you will heard about that AI is biased. Just I want to give one sentence. If you type, give the image of, generate the image of doctor and nurse. Generate the image of doctor and nurse. Then you can see why AI is biased. But nowadays, thus biasing is reducing because the AI is trained by the human. And so that biasing the human biasing is also affected by the AI. And also we discovered something even more important. The real shift is not happening inside the machine. It is happening inside us. For years, we rewarded memory. In my childhood days when I was studying in schools and colleges, the most the top the topper of the classes have a good memory capacity, and also we rewarded speed. Now the word rewards clarity. If you don't have the clarity, that's why I give a question. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, C is equal to 30, print the largest. If you have a critical mind thinking and critical mind person, definitely, immediately you can identify the question. Identify question means there is input is already defined. So that kind of clarity you have to develop, and there is your power lies. And I already tell every time I want to tell to the in this kind of AI workshop, AI will not replace the people who think clearly. If you cannot think clearly, maybe you will be replaced. So it will replace the people who do not learn how to direct it. You have a time to learn how to direct the AI. So the question is not, is AI powerful? The question is, are we ready to do the powerful with AI? That is the only question. All the best for your future endeavors, and don't worry about and don't panic. The AI will replace you. AI will replace all the jobs. In initial, I said definitely some replicated job without any manpower, that much man intervention, without any that kind of thing, complex task. That kind of thing will definitely replaced by AI. But if your job is related to the human intervention, that will not happen to remove. And the next, because aside of learning the AI, you must have some knowledge about the hardware things, because the AI era is moving to the edge computing. So all the AI models which you develop in this coming previous year and this current year will be going to deploy into a machine. And that time, we have to build the smart machines which now all the machine learning models are inside the laptop. You can see and you can enjoy the models. Like in the childhood days, you were visited the museum. There you see lot of valuable things. You can see, you can enjoy, but you cannot touch. That AI models in laptop is like that. We can see, we can enjoy, but we cannot touch. So the next era, next trend is going to edge computing. In the edge computing, everything is inside a machine, and they reduce the cloud reliance, and every actions are decided on the machine itself. That time, the deployment of machine learning model into a hardware is a critical task. That time, if you are from a computer science field or AI field, you must have some hardware knowledge, because electronics students already have some hardware knowledge. So you must acquire some of the hardware knowledge. What is Raspberry Pi? What is Jetson Nano? And how the machine learning model handle in this Jetson Nano, all the things. Because this laptop era will going to end. All the models are created. Every models for the world's is already created in this world. So you will go to the if you are moving to the next 5 years, this edge computing era will come. So at that time, if you have a hardware knowledge, it will good positive for all the students. So all the very best. Before closing, I just want to, okay. This thing is, this one I created using the I take only 5 minutes for creating the PPT. You see, and you can get the Google Notebook alum. This kind of thing I want more artistic and more child friendly, more things. And this is for our school, college project presentation. That kind of instruction also you can do. So okay. I think I finished everything. The slide. Okay. Okay. So the last thing is, the future will not belong to those who simply know more facts
It will belong to those who can think clearly, ask better questions, and gain powerful tools responsibly. That's why it said the last slide is like the future belongs to those who direct the machine. Okay, thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask. Any questions from the audience side? If there is any question, that means either you understand everything or you don't understand anything. Okay. Okay, Rudin sir, over to you.
Okay, dear students, do you have any question? Please kindly raise the question to sir. Anyways, sir, I think our students have understood everything, I guess. If any questions are there, kindly put it in the chat box so that our sir can answer those questions. Okay. So with this, we conclude. Actually, I want to tell about the sir. Sir is actually a senior project engineer from Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad, Kerala. And sir is a highly accomplished professional experience with 19 years in embedded system, IoT, artificial intelligence, wireless sensor network. And he is currently serving as a senior project engineer at IIT Palakkad. And he is also coordinator of SA-EDGE, AI automation. So sir is actually working under AI automation only, a company focused on AI-driven automation solutions. His expertise spans machine learning, edge computing, sensor network, intelligent system design, and he is also successful led numerous multidisciplinary projects, technical team throughout his career. At IIT Palakkad, he has developed an advanced embedded AI solution for real-time monitoring application. Okay. And sir is also having a strong hold on program skills like Python, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, and SQL. And he's also having contribution of research of almost doing 50 workshop for various agencies, and his research contribution includes numerous international journals and conferences covering only IoT, machine learning, wireless sensor network. And sir is actually widely recognized for his contribution to the intelligent system, embedded technology, and AI-enabled solution. His dedication to innovation, research, and technical education continues to inspire students, research, and professional industry professionals proficiency. So, with this brief note, I think we can conclude the session now. So, students, we can take a break from 11:15 to 11:30. So, stay tuned. Don't go here and there. We can take a break from 11:15 to 11:30, and we can start our second session at 11:30. Okay. Till 1. The topic is based on prompt engineering fundamentals, which we have displayed in our brochure. And it is taken by Dr. Abhilash K. Pai from MIT Manipal. Okay. So I think we can conclude the session for now. Can take a break and kindly join us at 11:30. Take a 10 minutes break. Okay. Join us at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you.
inspiring words to our students. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, dear students. I think we can start our next session now, session 2. And session 2 will be taken up by Dr. Abhilash K. Pai, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Engineering, Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal, Karnataka. Abhilash P. Pai, sir, is a computer visionary researcher and educator with a PhD from MAHE, Manipal Institute of Technology, and an international having a international research experience at Lebanese University, that is at Germany. He completed his MTech in Computer and Information Science at QSAT Cochin in the year 2014 and BTech in Computer Science and Engineering QSAT Cochin in the year 2010. He has 5 years of rich experience at MIT Manipal and specializing in deep learning, computer vision, and algorithms, and is an active researcher in crowd analytics, medical image analysis for FAIR AI, and biomedical spectral analysis with the publication in IEEE, Springer, elsewhere, and IOP journals. He is also a co-investigator on the DBT funded cervical cancer diagnostic project and has 2 patents published. With this rich career experience, now I call upon Dr. Abhilash sir to kindly carry over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritin sir. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
You're audible.
Yeah. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this session is primarily on prompt engineering fundamentals. And I assume that in the first 2 sessions, you have a fair idea about what is AI, what do you mean by a large language model, and how large language model works, what are the different examples of large language model. With this understanding, with this assumption, I'm going forward. However, I will touch upon some of these basics in the introduction slides. Okay. I just have one query because I have not used Google Meet. Is this pop-up visible to everyone? There is a pop-up. Is the complete slide visible to everyone, or the pop-up is hiding some of the contents of the slide? Can anyone give me the feedback? Is the complete slide visible to you? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Is my complete slide visible to you?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me begin by starting with the challenge which all of us face while using any kind of AI tool. So since let's assume that, first of all, assume that all of us are using same AI tool, for example, ChatGPT. And let's say that your faculty has given you some task. So let's say that that task is to create or come up with a presentation on the topic cyber security. Since we have different mindsets, since we think in different manner, a person could end up in writing prompt A. Another person who is little bit into and used the AI model could end up in writing prompt B. Let's see, like if I open two tabs, let's say I open my Edge browser, and let me open another browser, Chrome, and then let us see side by side for the same model what's going to happen. I hope my browser is visible to everyone because I shared the entire screen. In case if things are not right or anything is visible, or if you want to ask any question, please feel free to interrupt me. Okay, so let me just copy those two prompts. First prompt is create a presentation on cyber security. So this I'm copying onto ChatGPT. The same model, for the same model, I'm copying the next prompt, which is a little bit elaborate, as you can see. And I'll come to that. What do you mean by elaborate, etc.? Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, the AI model which we are over here, we are using ChatGPT, has given different output for these two different prompts. Can anyone comment on like what is this output? What is the output on the left side, and like what is the output on the right side? Can anyone comment on how the output would be based on these two prompts? Based on these two prompts, how would an ChatGPT give output? Anyone can anyone can unmute and speak. Or just tell me what is the difference between these two prompts. And if I give input as prompt A, what is going to happen? If I give input as prompt B, what specific things are going to happen? Okay, and so if nobody is answering, let me first take you to the prompt first, and then let's look at the output. So over here in prompt A, it is mentioned that to create a presentation on cybersecurity. Now your ChatGPT doesn't have any idea that your faculty has given you this task. It is just having a fresh memory, and it is having all the knowledge in the world you need. Now you are asking your AI model this question. Now this is like I would say a vague, a very generic question without mentioning any information. So what the model will do is it will assume some things, and based on that assumption, it will generate some content. That is prompt A. Prompt B is, let's say your lecturer asked you to create a 10-slide presentation, and you are a first-year engineering student, and your lecturer expects some real-world examples and diagrams. You can add all of them together into this particular prompt. This is going to be giving a detailed instructions of what specifically you want in the output, rather than being very general or vague. So that is what is happening here. If you can see here, so create a presentation on cyber security. So it has given me slide 1, slide 2, but there is no like count of the slides. It has generated, I think, slide 11, around slide 12, slide 13, slide 14. Typically, if you give such a question, it will generate around 11 to 15 slides, if I'm not wrong. Because I've tried it multiple times with generic comments, it will generate a slide set which is having slide numbers around roughly in the range of 10 to 15, and based on the topic also, based on the magnanimity of the topic also. It may generate little bit more or little bit less. Now you can see that it's just bulleted points, no figures.
Hello.
Sorry. Any questions? Hello. Okay, so assuming that's a noise, let's continue. So as you can see over here on the left hand side, it's just assuming certain things and giving some information based on its knowledge. But crafting a prompt in a better way to tailor our needs will lead the same model for the same task to give even a better slide set. As you can see, there is an example over here. There is some attempt to make some diagram over here. Even though if it doesn't look like a diagram, there are other tools which you can use to convert these things to a diagram. But at least you have the context, you have the flow of information at least. So this looks even more appealing, and it is tailored to your lecturer's needs or your needs, because you are doing the task and lecturer has given you the task. Okay, so coming back to the slide, that's a challenge right now. Same model, different prompt gives different result. So this talk will try to teach you how to structure a prompt effectively so that for the same task we can get roughly the same output for everybody if you are using the same model. Okay, so this is a lesson which we want to learn. Bad prompt, bad output. Good prompt to the same model will give us good output. Okay, so AI is no longer programmed and it is instructed. This brings us to this new era. So in 1970s, it was programming era, where many people were learning new programs, how to write high-level programs. In 1990, internet came in. People started to learn what is internet, how communication happens, etc., etc. In 2000, it was cloud era, cloud computing era. 2010s, it was a boom of GPUs and deep learning models, and it is called as AI era. 2020s, where large language models are prominent, this era is called as prompt engineering era. In every era, the people who learned the core skill very early were rewarded in their career or in their work. So that's why we are in 2020s. So it is important to learn this skill called as prompt engineering. Now, where prompt engineering fits into the entire picture of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a very, you can say it as a superset. Machine learning is a subset. Deep learning is another subset of machine learning. Similarly, generative AI is somewhere in between machine learning and deep learning, you can say. Large language model is a generative AI based model. And in the large language model, this field called as prompt engineering comes into picture. So artificial intelligence, if I want to just generally talk about this, artificial intelligence systems are generally developed to mimic human intelligence. But the problem with the artificial intelligence system is that they are rule-based. So there are, let's say that we are designing an artificial intelligence system to be deployed into an autopilot or an automated driver assistance system. The AI system has to give the driver, or AI system has to give the entire car an instruction whether an obstacle is coming or not. Now these instructions or these algorithms are programmed within the artificial intelligence system inside the car, and they are rule based actually. If something happens which is not defined in the rule, then it becomes a problem. It is not able to take a decision. So then people started thinking about how we can learn patterns in the data, how we can make machine learning, how we can make AI systems to understand patterns which are unknown. That's where machine learning came into picture. Machine learning relies on learning patterns in the data. You teach the machine or you teach the system what patterns are there and what outputs are being exhibited based on that patterns. So system learns about these patterns and generates an output. But there is a problem with machine learning that you need to tell the system what are the patterns exactly. Meaning you need to tell what are the features of a particular data. So now who will give these features? That's what the next problem was. In many domains, these features cannot be given explicitly. So that's when deep learning came into picture, where deep learning system learns features on its own. So deep learning got boomed because of the technological advance and the availability of GPUs and large massive GPUs. That's when deep learning transformed itself into something called as generative AI, which could generate new contents. However, machine learning systems and deep learning systems are discriminative, meaning whatever it has been taught, that only the similar kind of output only it is going to exhibit. But generative AI systems are an advanced deep neural network based system which will generate new content. So one kind of generative AI system is called as a large language model, and prompts or prompt engineering is a domain in the large language model which will help you utilize the best capability of that particular large language model. And we are going to discuss about prompt engineering here. So before we move forward, let me briefly tell you what is a large language model. A large language model, as I told you, is a deep neural network. It's a neural network based architecture which is trained on massive amounts of data. The data comes from books, different kinds of books available in the internet, various sources like Wikipedia, Reddit, etc. There are different documents, user manuals, etc. All of them are dumped into the machine, and a set of neural network weights are updated and optimized, and finally you have the model with you. Now these large language models take as an input a user query, and it processes through all these neural network layers and gives you some output. Now one important thing I want you to understand here is the large language models learns patterns, not facts alone. It contains of billions of parameters and trillions of training tokens. So now, like, what exactly happens underhood inside of the LLM? First, a user gives a prompt, for example, explain gravity. This prompt is divided into something called as tokens. This step is called as tokenization. Tokens are the smallest unit of processing of a deep neural networks. Now this token is being converted into the deep neural network doesn't understand text, so it is being converted into numbers. These numbers are passed through massive deep neural network, typically called as transformer networks. These transformer networks, for example, has lots of layers, 96 layers deep it is, and it processes all the information. It does all the computations, math through these numbers, and gives us a prediction of what the next word is going to be. So let's say already the model has generated an answer, gravity pulls. The next word among a set of all the words in the English vocabulary will be analyzed. And for example, over here, objects is a word which has 94% likelihood or probability. So the model takes the word which has the most probability to be the next word, and then it just keeps on appending to it. So over here you can see initially gravity is being generated first, pulls is being generated next, and now as we have seen here, objects is being generated. Similarly, other contents are generated and other texts are predicted in this manner. So under the hood, to summarize, an LLM repeatedly predicts the next most likely token. Okay, so now what is a token actually? Let's take an input. The input is nothing but a user query. This user query over here is prompt engineering is fun. Is the user query over here. prompt engineering is fun. Now, as we have seen in the previous slide, this user prompt is tokenized actually. So now a typical example of a token would look like this, tokenized. So each of these is being divided into something called as tokens. So as you can see, this is one token, this is another token, this is another token, this is another token. And as I told you, each token is converted into numbers as neural network understand numbers. As you can see, with respect to each token, these are the numbers. We call it as token IDs. So LLMs process tokens, but not words exactly. For example, over here, engineering is a word. This word is being split into two tokens actually. Engine and earring actually. So as you can see, engine is one token, ERING is another token over here. And typically one token in an LLM is 3/4 of an English word. So I just wanted to give a demo of how the system would tokenize something. So let's say, let's take the same example, prompt engineering is fun. As you can see over here, this is the user prompt, and the total number of token counts generated by this tokenizer. Different there are different kinds of tokenizers, by the way, and the working of the different tokenizer may be different. Over here, this is the GPT-4o tokenizer. How GPT-4o this depicts how GPT-4o model tokenizes an input query. Now, as you can see, there are total 11 tokens. This includes the start token, which is by default added by the model. And then, as you can see, the token, each of these words are highlighted in different color. Prompt is one token. Engineering over here is considered as one full word as one token. Is another token. Fun is another token. Actually, we have typed a query of 1, 2, 3, 4 words, but the other thing is other prefix is added, which is required for the model to to understand where the message starts, to understand where the message stops, and additional information can be also added to this. So as you can see, each of these is converted into numbers, and these numbers are the ones which are fed to the neural networks actually. So this is what is meant by a token. Now, next thing what I want to understand after you understand token is something called as context. So now, as you can see here, if I refresh this, there are two text boxes which are coming. One is a system and one is a user. This is where we type our prompt. So what is the capital of India, let's say. So this is the query which we have. With the query, some models pass something called as system instruction. So this is a system instruction which is instructing the model that you are a helpful assistant, meaning that whoever the user is who is using you have to help that user in achieving that task. So this we can change it. We can type our own content to it. We will see that later, how that system instruction we can write actually. So as you can see here, this message is the entire message is consisting of system instruction plus the query together. And as you can see, the token, the number of tokens also increases over here. So the context is nothing but system instructions, the previous messages. So in your ChatGPT chat, if you go to the ChatGPT chat, as you can see over here, I have given one question and one prompt, and the ChatGPT has answered it. And I will give another prompt actually. So now the previous response, the response to the prompt and the response to the previous prompt is called as the previous history. Now I am saying that reduce this presentation to 10 slides. So this is my new current prompt actually. So now accordingly, according to the previous history, according to the system instruction, according to the current prompt, my AI model over here, ChatGPT, will generate the corresponding output. So now context is nothing but system instruction, which specifies the role actually, previous messages and the current prompt. Now in many systems, this context may have a limit actually. So system instruction, user history, your prompt, and there may be a limit. Now there are different models with different limit. For example, GPT 3.5 model has a limit of 16K tokens. 16K tokens is the limit. If your text is more than 16K tokens, then all of the text which is more than 16K tokens will be clipped off. So no context outside this. So the model doesn't know that outside this context limit anything exists. Similarly, you can see that GPT-4o has larger token size. Claude 3.5 has larger token size. Gemini 1.5 Pro has even larger token size or context limit. So that's also one thing which we need to understand. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, context window. So if you are looking for generating small essays, short essays, you can use a small token window or small context window. Similarly, if you want to write several novels, if you want to write a research paper consisting of 20-35 pages, or a thesis report consisting of 100 pages, then you have to look at a large token window. Okay, why context matters? Why I'm talking about context? Because good prompt, that's what we have seen now, plus good context will give you better output. However, poor context plus good prompt will give you only poor output. For example, if I go over here to ChatGPT, and then if I so this is my context actually. So I am so the model is understanding that, okay, I am trying to understand or trying to create a slide on the topic called as cybersecurity. Now I go to this. So currently this is the context. So I asked 2 questions to it. So it knows the history. Now I asked what do you mean by Big Bang theory? So this is totally different, out of context question. So now this is what I mean by poor context plus good prompt give you poor output. Even poor context plus bad prompt will give you poor output. So if you have poor context, and I am like my context is cybersecurity, but I want to know more about Big Bang theory. So that context doesn't have any use to tailor my the prompt which I'm asking about Big Bang theory. So you have to if you have to ask this question, what you need to do is you need to open a new chat and then start asking about the Big Bang theory, so that as a fresh, your model does not have any previous context. Your context is not kind of corrupted or noisy. So that is what is meant by context. And the current trend, what is happening is we need to give the model better context to get better output. Okay, so what is beyond text? How to create this context beyond text? We can use codes, we can use documents, etc. Then give it to the AI model. We can use videos, audios, images, etc. One example is, let's say that I want to self-assess myself. I want to self-assess myself. Create a self-assessment report of myself. This is what the prompt you will have in your mind actually, right? But this is a bad prompt actually. You can improve this prompt by telling to the large language model or the ChatGPT what exactly you are, who you are. So I am a faculty in so and so college, doing so and so, and I work from this time to this time. I am teaching these subjects. I am having this knowledge, etc. But do you think that this prompt would be enough? The answer is no. Why? Because based on, there is a limit for you to explain about you in terms of text. So why not you give your resume? Why not you give what you have done till now in terms of certain documents, and give AI the context? And why not you ask AI to remember all the previous chats? Since I'm not logged into this session, it doesn't remember anything about me. But if I'm logged into this section, AI will understand what you are exactly based on your previous conversation. So you can ask the AI, you can tailor this prompt, and you can ask that, create a self-assessment report of myself based on my conversations which I had with you. I had with you. You can do that, and maybe you can attach few files, few documents regarding you, so that this context about you is more understood by the AI to give better output. So, so what is beyond text? Beyond text is you can add documents, you can add videos, audios, images, text, etc., which is describing about you. For example, now let's say that you want to build a software. Now you have a software requirement specification in terms of a document, and you have some initial code which you have written, and you want AI to generate a code base or improve the code base which you have already written based on the new software requirement specification document. So what you will do is you will give the initial code as an attachment, and you will give the documents as an attachment. So this becomes a multimodal AI, where apart from text, you are giving multiple other inputs like documents, codes, images, audio, video, etc. So what is a multimodal LLM? A multimodal LLM is a model which is capable of understanding and generating multiple forms of information. Some examples of multimodal LLM models are GPT-5. All the current models are multimodal models. GPT-5 from OpenAI, Gemini 2.5. Right now it's Gemini 3.5 from Google. Cloud Opus, I think now Cloud Opus 4.7 has been released by Anthropic. We have from XAI the Grok 4 model, and there are other models also which are multimodal models. Multimodal means apart from text, we can input other stuff like PDF files, images, etc. And it can give output not only in the form of text, it can give output in the form of images as well, in the form of videos as well. So multimodal, some examples: given an input an image, a description of an given an input of an description of an image, the AI model will give. So you give an input of as an image, and you ask the question, what is in this photo? The AI model will give you the description of what is in the photo. Similarly, you give a document to it. This all of you might have done. You ask the summary of the document, it will give you a summary report of the document. You give an audio file and you of your lecture recording, you can record this lecture and just give it to ChatGPT and ask it to transcribe it or convert it into text. It will give you the lecture recording notes. Similarly, you can convert text to images. You can ask the AI. So most of you might have known about the model called as Nano Banana by Gemini, because that was a really trending model. ChatGPT also has a really trending image generating model. Even Claude also now has built-in image generator model. And you can just simply give it a prompt in terms of text, and it will generate images for you. These are all multimodal AI models. It can take multiple forms of inputs apart from text, and it can generate multiple forms of output apart from text. Some examples of multimodal AI: audio to text model, ASR model, Whisper, Google speech to text model. Similarly, text to audio model by 11 Labs is a very popular model. Audio to audio, speech to speech model. When you want to convert your speech into somebody else's speech, for example, you want to dub yourself as Amitabh Bachchan or something, so you can use speech to speech model. Sound Hound is there, Pipe Cat is there. Similarly, there's video to text model, Gemini video model, GPT-4 does that. Similarly, text to video model, Sora, Runway, ML, Gen 4 model is there right now. So image plus text, that's what I told in the previous slide, that you give an image, you give some question related to the image, it will give either an image or a response to that image. So DALI, Adobe Firefly are examples of image editing models, multimodal models. Similarly, text to code LLM is a type, and GitHub Copilot, Claude Code are examples of text to code models. These are all multimodal models which generate output not only in terms of images but in other forms as well. So not only in forms of text but in other forms as well. So with that, we can have a complete picture of today's AI ecosystem, which is consisting of all these big companies like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, Meta, XAI, DeepSeek, Mistral, and I may have missed out many prominent models, but the AI ecosystem is even more large than you see over here in this slide. It's a fast-moving race. Everything is changing very quickly these days. So some popular models these days and their strength I have just listed in the slide. GPT 5.5 is the latest model, which has good reasoning, good coding. It's multimodal. You can see over there the context, how much context it supports. Gemini 3.1 Pro supports context of 10 million plus context. However, there are other models like Grok, DeepSeek, Mistral also. They have less context support. And as you can see, for different models, the level of reasoning, the level of coding, three green dots means strong, 2 means capable, 1 means limited. So this is indicative of June 2026, and it changes fast. These models changes fast. In the next slide, I want to focus on the last column. Some models are closed and some models are open. Anybody has idea about what do you mean by open and closed? What is meant? Before I go to the next slide, anybody has idea? Can anybody comment about what is meant by open model? What is meant by closed model? Anyone? Anyone can comment in the chat also. There are some. Anybody can comment in the chat why they are called open, why they are called closed. Okay, so there is no answer. Let me go to the next slide. So open models are nothing but the models which are free to download and modify. The weights of the models are freely available, and we can modify it and tailor it for our task. These models are used by companies who doesn't want to send their confidential documents to an API call, and that document lie on any public server accessible by anyone. So such models which are free to download, their weights are available. The neural network weights are freely available, and you can use them and modify and tailor it for your task, are called as open models. You can use those open models and run it on your hardware. There is one very nice software called as LM Studio, which you can use to install these models: Llama model, Mistral model, DeepSeek models, Quen models. Even Gemini has released a very good model, Gemini 4 12 billion parameter model. So if you have a laptop which is having 16 GB VRAM, you can use the 12 billion parameter model, and you can use it offline, no need of any internet connection actually. So it runs on your own hardware. The problem is you need to have some GPU, and you need to set it up. And it's not that, I mean, it's limited by its knowledge, and it is not as good as the models which we have commercially. The closed models, which are however commercial, have very good capability. No need of any setup, you need not to install anything, you need to have any hardware. Just minimum system which can open a browser is enough. But the problem with that model is paper usage, usage limits are there. Leaves your data in the machine. That's even more important. So the confidential data are very risky to be uploaded on such closed models. So yeah. So now, having understood all these basics, let's now try to answer this question. What do you mean by a prompt? So prompt is nothing but the instruction, question, or information given to an AI model to generate a response. I hope everyone agrees with this definition. It encompasses everything, even the multimodal AI. So a document which is attached, that is also a prompt actually to the model. So the instruction, question, or any information given to an AI model to generate a response is called as a prompt. Your prompt is the only steering wheel you have, and based on your prompt, you can steer the output of the model. So in technically you call it as prompt steering. So based on your prompt, you're steering the model in a certain direction you want. Okay, so how do I write a very good prompt? What is the anatomy of a great prompt? So every prompt should have, I want everyone to note this down. Every prompt should have these important blocks. First one, it should define a role, who the AI should be. For example, you are being asked the question to create a presentation on cybersecurity. So you need to tell the role of the AI. So you have to tell the AI to pretend to be a very good PPT generator who has lots of knowledge in this area of cybersecurity. That's the role which you are going to define. Second is task, what you're going to do. The task is very simple. You need to generate a 10-slide PowerPoint presentation. That's it. Then you have to set the context, whom you are addressing. So over here, this is for your lecturer and because you are going to present it to your fellow colleagues in the class. So you can mention that this is for an audience who have very minimal understanding of this particular topic, and you can put some background information also. You can say that my lecturer has given this topic to me, so the lecturer is expecting these things from me. All those things you can add, all those stories you can add as a background. Then you can tell it as the constraint. You can say you have to limit it to 10 slides. You have to add figures, etc. Whatever constraints you have, you can tell that. So that AI doesn't become too much, have too much freedom. And then your output format also you can mention. Maybe you can mention the background color, the theme which you want, how much bullet points are supposed to be there in the slides, etc., etc. You can combine all of these things and make a very good prompt. So every problem which you are going to solve using an LLM, you start with a prompt. So before you write a prompt, you need to think about, okay, what is the role the AI should take over here while executing this particular task. What is the task it's supposed to do? What is the context? What is the constraint? What is the output format? So based on this, an example prompt is this. So let's say that you are explaining the concept of overfitting in neural networks. So this is what an example prompt is. I would like you to spend some time on reading this and trying to map it to the role, task, context, constraint, and output format. For your easy understanding, I have highlighted in colors each of the component. So role over here, you are saying that you are an expert ML engineer. Always specify to the AI, always use this keyword called as expert. So you are asking a lot from AI at that time. Okay, if you're not mentioning if you are an expert ML engineer, AI won't take it very seriously. Okay. So it may give superficial answers. So so for every task, you need to put the role of to the AI as an expert in something. So over here, you are an expert ML engineer. What is the task? You have to explain overfitting in neural networks. What is the context? The context means background and audience. You don't have any background actually. So you just specifying the audience for a data scientist who is new to deep learning. What are the constraints? Under 200 words, and avoid heavy math because maybe the audience does not know heavy math. And use 3 bullet points plus 1 analogy per output. So what you can do is you can go ahead and you can open ChatGPT and just try to put this prompt and see what is going to happen actually. So let's just open ChatGPT. You can do it side by side with me and see for yourself what is happening. This is going to be totally different from giving this prompt to ChatGPT. So just giving explain overfitting to neural networks. This is what is your task is actually. So it assumes the model assumes something. So model may assume that you are having very good knowledge about certain things, and it may end up in giving you some keywords which you may not understand, for which you have to further converse. That's also not a problem. But if you blindly trust this response and just copy paste it, I don't think that is going to work for you. Over here, this has given me a clear, concise content what I was expecting actually. So this is given an analogy, 3 bullet points, and explained in very simple terms what is overfitting. So this is how you have to tailor a prompt. It is free to you. Always you can increase the number of words. You can control the number of bullet points. You can control how the output is supposed to be structured. Based on your prompt, the output will come in a very better way. So for specific task, you can definitely go ahead and use this model of a prompt. Okay, so this is the formula. So the role, another example, the role, you are a career counselor. The task over here is review my resume for a software internship startup. The constraint is keep the feedback under 150 words and return it as a table of issue to fix. So with this, you will be attaching your resume also. So this is one example. I hope everybody have understood this concept of a very good prompt in terms of role, task, context, constraints, and output format. So any task you take in, you can convert the simple prompt like explain overfitting into a prompt which is having the components like role, task, context, constraint, output format to get better out of an LLM. Now there are different kinds of types of prompts, different types of prompting strategies. Zero-shot prompting is a prompting strategy where no examples are provided. It's just the prompt which we just asked here, asked over here. This is an example of a zero-shot prompt actually, and this is also an example of a zero-shot prompt. Translate English to French. Good morning. So you're not giving any example of how a response is supposed to be, and based on your input, it will give just an output. So in case you wanted a response like input and then corresponding output you wanted, so you need to make the LLM understand or make the AI model understand. You need that in that particular format. So that is when one shot or few shot prompting comes into picture. So in few shot, you show the model some examples and then ask the question. So for example, over here, you're giving one example one, amazing battery life is supposed to be a positive sentiment. This is a sentiment analysis example. Screen cracked in a week is supposed to be a negative sentiment. Does the job, nothing more. It's supposed to be a neutral sentiment. And now you are asking, camera is decent for the price based on these reviews. So now the model will so according to this particular sentiment, the model will give the sentiment as neutral based on these examples which you have provided. However, if you don't provide this example, then what will happen is model will assume its own knowledge and give its own output. So one task what we can do is I've stored some examples of zero and few short prompts. Let's try to just try out all the zero and few shorts prompt. So for zero shorts prompt, we are doing sentiment analysis, for example. So this is an example of a zero short prompt. I'll explain you what is it. So this is another way of giving a prompt to a model. So instruction, you're saying that you are giving an instruction to the model, and you're specifying an instruction to the model. You're saying that you are a sentiment analysis model. This is the role which you're giving. Classify the following sentences into positive, negative, and neutral, and you are giving the class. And you are giving one word output. Give one word output as positive, negative, or neutral. This is an example of a zero short prompt. You are not giving any examples, but you are giving what exactly you want the model to output. And you are giving these three sentences here. And let's see what the model is outputting. So as you can see, the model is outputting positive, negative, neutral for each of these three. So if you can tailor your prompt in this manner, then you can get better output of this. Where you can use this? You can use this when you are coding some model. Let's say you are building a pipeline. You are building in a pipeline of agentic AI or something, where you have to build an automated system of scraping the reviews from an Amazon website and taking those reviews and giving those reviews as an input to the model, and the model will tell you that this review is positive, negative, or neutral. And based on positive, negative, or neutral, you will take action. Let's say you are a business selling camera phones. So you need to know how positively, or negatively, or neutrally people have responded. What is the rate? So you might use this particular LLM to, or you might use this particular instruction or prompt, which is by default fed into the model in your code, which you are going to use for your model to get better output as you require. So let's go to another example of one short prompt. So one short prompt is also few short prompt. One short prompt, there's two short prompt, three short prompt. All of them are called as few short prompt. So as you can see, classify the following sentences. I'm given an example. Example, I am happy means positive. There is one shot actually. Now input sentences I'm giving you. I'm feeling good today. I don't want to go and play right now. I'll read a better article. So based on this, it is going to give output, as you can see. So this is how I am asking the LLM to give me the output. I am feeling, so this is an example I'm giving you. This is the input which is given, input sentence. So I am feeling good today is positive. I don't want to go and play right now is negative. And the third one is neutral. So this is called as few short prompt. Now, you can give more examples to it if the task is little more complex to explain. This is a simple task. You just need to, maybe you need not give a few short prompting. You can go with the zero short prompting only for this task. But for some tasks, very specific coding tasks and all, you might need to give certain examples. So this is an example of few short prompt. As you can see, two examples I have given, or three examples I have given, three short I have given. I'm happy, positive, it's a terrible situation, negative, I'm going to play cricket, neutral. Based on that, the model has given the output. Okay, so this is about zero short and few short prompt. So where to use so zero short and few short prompt? We have seen this is a comparison of both. The prompt length of zero short only one instruction. Few short, a little bit longer the prompts are. Accuracy, it may be on niche, very specific task. It is a hit or miss, and you might have to prompt again and again the model to get more output of it. But the problem with it is that if you are using the model in an automated system, you are never going to prompt. The automated system itself is going to take your zero-shot prompt as an input. So in that case, it is not good to use a zero-shot prompt if it's a very specific task. So in such cases, you can go for few-shot prompt where you are telling the model exactly what you want from that. Okay, format control, it is loose. You don't have any control over the format. In few-shot format, you exactly tailor the model based on how the output format is supposed to be. Zero-shot prompting is best for very common, well-known tasks, and few-shot prompting is useful for very niche tasks, custom patterns, and classification. Rule of thumb is start with zero-shot prompt. If the output disappoints twice on prompting, then you can start with few-shot prompting by adding examples. So this is an example of some classical use cases of few-shot prompting. Sentiment analysis, if you want some sentiment analysis, you can some classification of sentiment in your code, in your automation pipeline, you can use few-shot prompting. Topic classification, also you can use few-shot prompting. Let's say that there is a piece of text which you're scraping from the internet, and you're building an automation pipeline, and you're using ChatGPT API to do that automation. And now, based on your scraping, you have a text, and you want to classify this text into a topic using your LLM. Now, what will happen is, if I've given a zero-shot prompting, it will give me a topic, but that topic may not be the topic which I exactly want, or the topic may be something some different topic which is not existing in my data set. So if I want a specific set of topics which I want, I can enhance my zero-shot prompting, or a better way is to use a set of examples and say that, okay, finance is one topic, and these are the keywords which are with respect to finance. Technology is another topic. This is a set of keywords which are with respect to technology. Health is a set of topic. These keywords are related to health. Other topics, put it to the category called as others. So my model will exactly list all the topics which are there in my data set and categorize all the topics which it does not understand as others. So that is a very good way of doing such niche tasks using few-shot prompting. Even if you are dealing with JSON files when you're doing coding, when you want the stuff in a specific format, in a specific order, then you can give some examples using few-shot prompting. Okay, the next kind of prompt which is used is something called as chain of thought prompting. So chain of thought prompting, I've just given you an example over here. The standard prompting techniques, let's say you have any mathematical question with you. Over here, question is, Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more cans of tennis ball. Each can has 3 tennis balls. How many tennis balls does he have now? Now, the answer is 11. This answer may or may not be correct based on how the model is going to understand what you have typed over there. But a better way of doing is to ask the model to think step by step. So now what will happen is the model will try to solve this task step by step. And for each step, it will start to think whether I have given this answer correctly or not, rather than in one shot trying to answer the question. So this will give a better output, and it will give you a stepwise way of how the model is thinking, and it will also help you to understand how to approach to solve that particular problem. So this is called as chain of thought prompting. You just need to ask the model to think step by step. So one example what I can give it to you is what is so what is the output of the following code. So let's say int a is equal to 10, a plus plus, and then I give plus plus a, and then I give print f percentage d a. So now if I give this and then add think step by step. Now this is called as chain of thought prompting. What the model will do is, rather than trying to attempt to answer this question at one shot, it will give me a reasoning of each and every step. As you can see over here, step by step, it is trying to reason. First, a is initialized to 10, then it is a post increment, it becomes 11, and it's a pre increment becomes 12, and the current value is printed, which is 12. So this is a better way to. This might be a very trivial task. There are very complex math questions which AI is confused to answer. For example, one question is one typical question is which is trending is how many R's are there in strawberry. So the strawberry has, okay, so this recently I think they have updated the model. Previously the answer was different from this. So like in such complex tasks, if you ask the model, for example, you ask the model to think step by step, it will perform even more better. Think step by step if you ask it. So it will show you. Okay, I can't walk through step by step, but I can show the counting clearly. Okay, so the word is strawberry. Let's mark the R's. As you can see over here, it is it's giving a clear idea of how or what it is doing. So this will give you an understanding of how the model is thinking actually. And if the model is going wrong, and based on your understanding, if something is not correct, you can correct the model by using further prompt. So this is called as chain of thought prompting. So this is a good prompting strategy. Just you need to add the keyword called as think step by step. Okay, so now let us go. Having understood all this, let's try to write a good prompt. So some tips which we can, which I can say tell to you to write better prompts. For example, I want the ChatGPT to explain AI to me. So this is not a good prompt as we have seen, right? So we have what is missing in here. We have no role defined, no audience or context defined, no constraints defined, and no output format. This is just very bad prompt. But little bit more improved prompt we can. So what we can do? Explain AI to a first-year engineering student using simple examples. So this is a decent enough prompt, but this prompt can be improved further. What can be improved? The good thing is audience is defined, style guidance and examples are defined, but still no role is there, still no format or length is there. So if we can add all of them together, so now you have a role, you are a friendly engineering professor, or you are expert in engineering, or you are you are the best professor in the world today, or something like that. You can mention this. You are giving the specific role to the AI. Now I'm mentioning explain AI to a first year engineering student using every Indian campus examples. Keep it under 150 words, avoid jargon, and end with 3 bullet takeaways. So what is the structure of these prompts? What are the components here? Role is there, and then we have the context over there. We have defined the task, and we have defined the constraints which is supposed to be different. Okay, so as a hands-on, as a task for you, can you just fix these prompts? So your task is you have 3 prompts. So you need to write code. Maybe you can choose some task. Write code. Let's say in Python programming, you need to write a code to, let's say, add two numbers or something like that. You can think of writing a prompt related to that. Summarize this. Let's say you have a certain piece of text with you. You can copy some text from Google, and then or you can copy some content from or you can upload a content from your laptop or your PC which you are in, and just ask this question called as summarize this. And maybe you want to learn some topic. Let's say you want to learn prompt engineering, so you can use help me study prompt engineering. So what I want you to do is I want you to take these tasks. First task is write a code for some task, some programming task. Second is summarize a certain piece of text or a document. Third is help me study some kind of topic. I want to convert this weak prompts into strong prompts based on role, task, context, constraints, and format. So can you go ahead and try out and give me your outputs for the prompts? I mean, I don't want what the model is giving the output. I just want to understand whether you have understood how to write a very good prompt. Can you just try it out? So these are the components: role, task, context, constraints, and format. Can you try out these? And I'll stop sharing so that I can see your chat. So I'll just paste the task on the screen. So write code is one. Okay, so Pradyumna has typed a prompt. It's a good prompt. It's a level 1 prompt. But can you make it better by adding a role to it and by adding some constraints to it? What is the role? AI is generating the code, right? So what is the role? You are an expert in Python programming. So that is a role which you have to give, right? The second is a task. Write a code for Hello World using Python programming language in Jupyter notebooks with comments as markdown. Fine. That is fine. But the role is missing over there. And if you have any constraints on how the output is supposed to be and where the output is supposed to be displayed, that also you can mention it over there. And whether whether you need to reduce the number of lines, like in one line you need to give all those constraints you can mention and make it a better prompt. Can you try that? Can anyone else try the task? So the first task is write the code. That is the first task. Second task is summarize an article. I will paste that. The third task is help me study some topic. So can you convert these bad prompts and make it a good prompt? Try it out. Spend some maybe 2-3 minutes on this and let me let me know what are the output. What are the modified prompts? So a very good prompt should contain what all? Very good prompt should contain a role, then it should contain the task, then it should contain the context, then it should contain constraints, and then it should contain the format. Anyone? As a coder in Python language, okay. Generate, optimize code on finding the largest number. It should be easy to understand to students. Okay. Act as a coder. Okay. So rather than that, you can always use this. You are an operating system professor, so I will first look at Chintana Bhatt's answer. So Chintana, you can even improve the prompt. Always try to use this term called as expert. So you have to completely utilize the power of your underlying model which you have. So you have to say that you are the expert or you are the best coder in the world in Python language. So that is a role which you are giving, so that you can extract the maximum out of that model. Generate, optimize code on finding the largest number. Okay, so maybe you can maybe reword or rephrase it so that your instruction is clear. So the task is generate a code in Python programming language to find the largest number among a list of numbers which is given by the user, and or the user can give in any format. User can upload some document or something. So you have to mention that constraint over there. It should be easy to understand to the students. Okay, there you are touching upon the context. Now, what about the constraints which you have? So the code should be well optimized. That is a constraint. And then maybe you can mention what is the format in which you want the output. Maybe as a downloadable file, or as just a plain text you want. With the markdown comments, you can mention that. So that would be a better prompt. Kirti has written, you are an operating system professor. Summarize the topic paging and segmentation for your students. Okay, so operating system professor is a role. Summarize the topic paging and segmentation for your student is the task which is students have exams in a week. Okay, fine. The background, the context which you are giving. Return the summarized notes in a PDF format. Okay, fine. That is correct. Okay, that's a good prompt which you have given. Anybody else? Anybody else? So every prompt, every task which you have, first you need to think, okay, what am I doing? What am I using this AI for? So if you are using the AI for understanding the topic paging and segmentation for your students, then you can mention that. Okay. Now also you can, Kirti, you can maybe mention you need to give some examples or something. So that may be a good phrase which you can add in your prompt, so that you can get some problems and the answers to those problems in the output. Or otherwise, for a start point, this prompt is very good. Once the ChatGPT generates output, we can again prompt it using chain of thoughts. You can prompt it, and then you can get more better answer from it. That's also fine, no problem. Okay, so I have written some prompts related to that. So I will just this is a task which you have. So based on that, so these are the prompts which. So a role is an expert Python developer. Task is write a program that reads a CSV file and calculates the average sales per month. That's a task. Context: the CSV file contains columns, date, product, sales. The program will be used by a small business owner with basic technical knowledge. Constraints: use Python 3, use pandas for data processing, include comments explaining each step, handle missing values, gracefully. Format, provide a complete runnable code, include a sample input and output, briefly explain how the code works. So this is a classic example prompt of using the Python development skills of an LLM. Now you can use this for any kind of task. Let's say you want to analyze data. You have a data in an Excel sheet and you want to analyze that data. You can simply give these prompts. What you need to do is you need to just change the task. That's it. And you need to maybe change the context and maybe add something in your constraint. Like let's say you want to do any statistical analysis on any Excel file. You can use this this skill of the LLM model which you have. And let me tell you, the LLM models are very good in generating codes. So you can easily use it rather than giving it a document. Let's say you want to do some statistical analysis. Let's say you want to run some t-tests, or you want to run some ANOVA tests, or you want to statistically understand whether the data is good or bad. Now what you can do is you can just upload the file and you can ask the question, please analyze this data for me. But sometimes if there are some things which some formats which the model doesn't understand, it might hallucinate and it might be overconfident and give wrong outputs. So you need to be very safe and you need to use such prompts so that you explain the context very clearly to the large language model. You have to say that I am uploading the Excel file. Excel file contains these columns. Each of these columns contain these data. And I wanted to do this task by extracting these columns and these data. That could be a very nice way to steer the LLM towards the goal which you want to do it. So if you simply mention analyze this data, it may assume a lot of things and it may be sometimes overconfident. So rather than that, you can use this particular prompt template and then you can customize it for your specific task. You can just replace each of these steps over here: constraints with the constraints which you want, context with the context which you want, task with the task which you want, and then make the best use of the LLM. So let's say you want to do some statistical analysis. Instead of using some software called as SPSS or something, you can simply ask the Python, ask the LLM to generate a Python code for you, and you can simply run the Python code. Python code will ask the input as the document from the user, and it will give you all the analysis which you want. And almost 99% cases, the code, the execution will work very well. Second task was summarize this. So let's say the prompt, some content analyst, some article has been provided to a content analyst. So role professional content analyst tasks, summarize the provided article. Context, the audience is university students preparing for an exam on a topic. Constraints, keep the summary under 200 words. Focus on key arguments, findings, conclusions, avoid unnecessary details and examples. Format 1-page summary, 3 key takeaway in bullet points, and 1 sentence conclusion. So this is also a template which you can use, where you can change the role, task, context, etc. based on the task which you have. Similarly, for the last task, it is help me study some topic. So role, you are an experienced academic tutor. I think Kirti has given a good prompt for that topic. So you are an experienced academic tutor. Help me prepare for an upcoming machine learning exam. The context is I am a beginner and I have 10 days available for preparation. Topic includes supervised learning, unsupervised learning, regression, classification, and evaluation metrics. Constraints, limit the study times to 2 hours per day. Prioritize high-yield concepts, include revision, practice sessions, explain the concept in simple language. Format, a 10-day study plan in a table, daily topics, activities. You can use this for your operating system course also. Before you are studying for an exam, maybe 1 week before you are studying for an exam, you can just change all of these things and help it to give. Or let's say you are preparing for a placement interview, you can just change these role, task, context based on the specific company which you are going to attend. And maybe you can ask the LLM to first explain you the topics and maybe test you on those topics with some questions. So it may be an interactive session with an LLM, and it will also test what you have understood, and maybe new questions if you encounter, you can tackle all of those questions, and then you can study very well for the exam. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, so is my screen visible to you all? Oh, okay. So, okay, why didn't anyone tell me? Okay, so I just paste this. This is what I was talking about. Okay. Why didn't anyone tell me this, that the screen is not visible? Okay, so these prompt templates, I will just paste it. This is for the first task. This is for the second task. Please have a look at it. This is for the third task. Yeah. So this is what I was trying to say. So role is a Python developer. Now you can take these prompts, actually you can copy it and paste it, and you can tailor it for your use case. If you want to learn for a placement exam, you can just take this and you can tailor it for your task. If you want to learn it, let's say if you want to generate any content or summarize any article, you can use this prompt structure and just modify all of the components in that. If you want to make the LLM generate some Python code, you can use these set of prompts which are over here. Yeah. So now coming to the last set of slides. So if you understood this, I think you have almost understood 90% of prompt engineering. Now what I want to say is the current trend in 2022 it was prompt engineering. 2023 it was RAG. So what do you mean by RAG? Anybody knows what is meant by RAG? Full form of RAG. Anybody can you say? Or example of where RAG will be used? So let's say that I want to understand some policies in a company or in the AJ Institute, AJ Engineering College. I want to understand the policies, the internal policies, or maybe let's say I want to understand what is the syllabus structure or something, and this is not available in internet actually. So in that case, what I can do is I can download the syllabus or curriculum structure or the policy document. I can give it to the LLM. So what it will do is the LLM will update its knowledge base, and based on the updated knowledge base, you can ask a query. So this is called as retrieval augmented generation. You're augmenting the knowledge base of the LLM using your private document, and you're retrieving information based on your query from that particular document. That is called as retrieval augmented generation. 2024, 2025 is about agents. Now also is about agents. But 2026 is a shift from prompt engineering to context engineering. I hope everybody understood what I meant by context. So the context means the system instruction, the document itself, the user history, the entire user history which you have, maybe the prompt history and the output history, and the current prompt is all together called as a context. So the context engineering is what is very important. So you need to make the model better understand the context so that it can give better information further. This will enable us to create better agents and better agentic workflows also. So what is why context engineering matters? So you have prompt, you have memory, you have this knowledge base, which is your RAG, which is your policy document. you have different tools. These tools can be different connectors. Let's say you have a let's say you want to do a literature survey on certain some article. There is this this website or this tool called as Consensus AI. So Consensus AI will give you a very good. I just go to that website. I'll show you that Consensus AI. Consensus.app is the website. So you can ask any research topic over here. Let's say video activity recognition in, let's say, football. So you can ask for a topic over here, and what it will do is it will search all the papers which are matching these keywords, and it will give you a list of references, as you can see over here, with these keywords. Now the capability of the Consensus is this much. I want to do even more further. I want to use the power of ChatGPT. I want to use the power of Claude. Those models which are tailored for multimodal tasks also, and do a better literature and prepare an initial literature survey for my task. So what I can do is I can add this tool as a connector to my ChatGPT or to my Claude, and use all the knowledge which this tool has given to me as a context to my model which I have, ChatGPT model. And obviously I can use this conversation history, and this becomes my context together. And what is my task using this context? I want to generate a literature survey. So all modern AI system, agentic engineering system, succeed because of the context, not just the prompt. So context engineering is what is given more focus these days. Not only the prompt, of course you need the prompt, but all the other things than the prompt will contribute to better utilization of the power of the AI model which you have. So what is the difference between prompt engineering and context engineering? Prompt engineering is all about better questions, single interaction, and specific user focused. But context engineering is about better information, not a better question. What kind of information your model is going to have to answer the next question? Complete workflow. What is a complete workflow? Let's say you are going to use the LLM model to generate a full stack app. So you need to have the complete workflow defined clearly. So that should be there in the context actually. And it is specifically system focused. Since it is very system focused, it can be applicable to agentic AI based systems. So context is now becoming the new prompt. Now I just wanted to touch upon these aspects very quickly. So whatever we have prompted now, it is all pre-trained knowledge. So everything. So let's say that if I ask capital of France, so it will answer the question. The capital of France is Paris. All of this is because of the pre-trained knowledge. But if I ask who won the first match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, the model may not be able to answer this question because there is a knowledge cutoff for all these models. So you need to know about that also. So what will happen to the model these days is there is multiple modes actually. So if you go over here, as you can see over here, there is something called as web search. You can explicitly select a web search to specifically say to the model that I am going to ask you to search for the web to answer this question. You can do that, or you can write a prompt in such a manner that it is forced to do a web search. So if you ask who won the first match of the World Cup 2026, you are actually forcing the model. First match of the FIFA World Cup 2026, you are actually forcing the model to look into this date, the knowledge cutoff for that model to maybe 2025. So the model understands through the prompt that okay, I have knowledge cutoff till 2025. I need to look into 2026 as well. So by default, what will happen is if you include this in your prompt, if you include the date time step in your prompt, it will get you the latest information. However, if you this will help you in one particular task. Let's say you are trying to search for a very good mobile phone. So what is the best mobile phone? Of course, you have to write the other things, the role, the task, etc., the context, etc. But I'm just for quickly demonstrating to you, I'm just giving you the prompt. What is the best mobile phone under, let's say, 20K rupees right now in India? So now what will happen is, if I give this prompt, you are given right now. So since you are given right now, it is forcing to do a web search. If you don't give right now, what will happen is your model will use the knowledge cutoff, and till 2025 only it will give the best mobile phone. Maybe latest mobile phones you may not give. So if you append some information which is telling to the model to force it to use web search, then it would be better. So that is what is about knowledge sources. The pre-trained knowledge is the basic knowledge which it uses, which it's trained long back. Web search is real-time lookup for current facts. And then there is a mode called as deep research. I don't know whether deep research, I have to log into this for deep research. Let's say you are again investigating for to find a mobile. You can definitely use deep research. Or let's say you want to buy some stock in a share market. So you can use deep research for that also. For critical things, you can use deep research. What will happen in deep research is it will use multiple sources, multiple website sources. It will collect all the information from these sources. It will reason. It will take lots of time. It will try to understand. It will refine all these results. There will be a intermediate results. It will again search additional web sources to cross-check whether whatever intermediate result it has got and it is going to convey to me is good. If anything has to be changed, it will change that, and then only after lots of refinement only you will get the answer. So if you are having a task which is which needs some research, for example, impact of sleep on health, or find the best mobile phone under 20K, because it has to do some research. It has to look at the Amazon reviews. It has to look at what the YouTubers are saying about these mobiles. All of these things it will look at, and it will give you a detailed report on what the best mobile is under that particular price range. Then okay, so this is about web search. Okay. Now one more thing I want to tell you is, while you are writing prompts, most of the times you may end up in writing a biased prompt. So you need to try to avoid that and try to be neutral. For example, you are saying that I think remote work is definitely more productive. So you are already having a mindset that remote work is definitely productive. So AI models are actually trained to support you, actually, to give you lots of comfort. So let's say somebody is having some ailment or something, he doesn't want to talk to anyone, he will talk to these large language models. So it is actually trained to support them. So if you are having already a precursor information and you are already poisoning the model with that information, the model will take that information and it tries to kind of support you. So AI will validate you. This is called as a biased prompt. Rather than that, it would be better to write that same prompt in a neutral manner, asking how does productivity compare between remote and office work? Cite evidence on both sides. So over here you are forcing the AI to give its own opinion based on certain evidences from the positive point of view and also the negative point of view, and then based on reading that output, you can decide whether remote work is productive or not. So one pro tip I want to give for serious feedback, provide a grading rubric. So always when you're asking a question, let's say score my business plan on market size, differentiation and final viability 1 to 10 each with reasons. So you can always ask the model to give a score. And again, when it answers some question, let's say it's trying to answer a mathematical question, you can ask it to tell. You can add this particular phrase to the prompt that give me your confidence level in telling that this answer, whether this answer is correct or not. So it will give a score out of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. So it will say that I am 90% sure. So if the model is 90% or more sure, then it's going to be not a hallucinated result. Okay. So you can add that and make a better prompt. So beware of this phenomenon of making a bias prompt is called as psychophancy. And also try to avoid AI slop. So when you're using AI, let's say you are using AI to write some thesis or write some report, there are some the common words which are used by AI. There are some common symbols which are used by AI. For example, M dash, the double dash is a common symbol which is being used by AI. So anybody who looks at your report and finds that double dash, you can easily tell that okay, you have used AI for writing that this particular report. So this is very critical, and try to avoid being an AI slop by using a technique called as progressive outlining. So what you will do is you will give a rough outline. So I want to write this particular thesis on this particular topic. Can you give a rough outline of what you're going to do? So it will give an outline of what it is going to do. Now, what you will do is step by step. You are going to prompt through chain of thoughts to slowly improve the output of this, rather than AI giving you the entire text and making the AI to use the common words which AI is going to use, and a reviewer who is looking at that thesis or article can easily catch you. Rather than doing that, do something called as progressive outlining. First, give the outline of your task, make it produce one output, make it expand different things at different after different outputs. For example, I ask you to expand bullet points. After that, ask it to generate full text, and then try to edit it piece by piece. So this is a better way to use AI than simply ask a question that write a thesis on this topic and then just copy the output and paste it on your report. That's not a good way of doing it. Okay, so coming to multi-model inputs, you can use multi-model inputs, as I told you, to enhance the accuracy or enhance the context of the model. Also, this session will be taken by, I think, Abhishek sir in the next session. We can build apps without actually needing to code. You can just give a goal to the model. Let's say a Pomodoro timer you want to start studying. So you can give this prompt, build a Pomodoro timer app. That's your goal. Input outputs, 25-minute work session, 5-minute break, show a countdown and play sound when it's done. That's the style. So similarly, you can write for a running tracker, create a simple running log. I enter the date, distance in kilometer, show my average pace, and weekly total you will mention. So using this set of prompts, you can build apps without code. Okay, finally, coming to the how you can use AI for analyzing the data. You can use the prompt which I've given to you in the first prompt, in the first task, where I have asked you to generate or refine a prompt to generate a code, write a code. So what you can do is you can upload a spreadsheet, and then you can use that prompt template to describe the question, and then AI will write the code and give you the plot and insight. So for example, upload runs CV, plot my average pace per week and flag the week I ran the most. Rather than writing this particular statement, if you can structure your prompt based on the template which I given to you in the chat, it will generate even more better question than it analyzing the data sheet. That's a better way of doing it. make AI generate the code to analyze, and you run the code and get the output. Then AI itself generating the code and analyzing by itself. So that may lead to lots of errors. So just wrapping up, the key takeaway is LLMs predict tokens. That's what we studied initially in introduction. Context drives performance. Context means system instructions, all the documents which you have sent, your prompt, your history, etc. is your context. Context engineering is going to be the future. Multimodal AI is also going to be the future. The context is driven by multiple modes actually. If you give more information like PDF files, images, screenshots, etc., it will help you in, let's say if you are debugging an error or something, it will help you help the LLM in debugging the error even better. One more thing, better prompts leads to better results. You always use RTCCCF structure: role, task, context, constraint, and format structure for prompt. And the context engineering is going to be the future. These are the takeaways. So one last challenge, you can take away this to home. You can rewrite this prompt in terms of role, task, context, constraints, and format. The prompt is, tell me about context engineering. Thank you, everyone. Any questions if you have, you can ask. Sorry, I think I exceeded the times. 110 actually. If you have any questions, you can ask, audience. Okay, if there are no questions, that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Ritin sir, for the opportunity. Ritin sir, can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah, okay, sir. Uh, so I would like to thank you for making your time here, sir. And
Thank
it
you.
was a really informative session because I learned a lot, a new concept regarding prompt engineering, because my knowledge was only till prompt engineering. This context engineering was something new for me. And it was nice actually listening to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for being here and accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
Ritin, sir, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Actually, you made a very nice, wonderful session, hands-on also, little bit. So it's very good for our students so that they learn something about the prompt engineering.
Yeah.
So with this, I think we can conclude the session. So thank you very much, sir, for being for joining with us and sparing your valuable time to educate our dear students. So thank you,
Thanks a
sir.
lot. Thanks a
With
lot.
this, I think we can conclude the session. Students, kindly join us at 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. we will have the third session from this one software industrialist Abhishek sir will continue the session. So have a food break for almost some 50 minutes and kindly join us at 2 p.m. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, dear students. So let us start the session 3, that is AI tools for software development. The speaker is Mr. Abhishek Rishikeshan, founder and CEO of AI Render Technology, Bengaluru, Karnataka. So before that, let me just brief the biodata of our esteemed speaker. So Mr. Abhishek Rishikeshan is founder and CEO at AI Render Technology. He is starting working on next leap in video conferencing. So he founded and headed the health stream, defining objective in severity assessment of hand and craniofacial disorders. Prior to this, he was head of graphic architecture labs at Intel, leading a prolific team of 20 engineers. He was one of the recipient of second highest technical award at Intel. So for his contribution to 3D graphics performance analysis, he holds an MS degree in computer science from Arizona State University and was awarded as Outstanding Graduate MS Student in Computer Science. He holds 3 US patent in 3D graphics architecture and 8 ACM IEEE publication. So with this brief introduction, so I request Sir Mr. Abhishek Rishikeshan to kindly continue the session, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Edin, for the introduction. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, folks. Let me share the screen. Are the slides visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So today we'll be talking about how artificial intelligence is changing the way software is developed. Most of us, already use tools, AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or GitHub Copilot. But AI is now doing much more than just, answering questions that you may have. It can help developers write code, find bugs, generate documentation. It can create test cases, and it can even assist throughout the entire software development lifecycle. Through this session, we will explore where AI fits into software development. Okay. Now, think of AI as a very knowledgeable coding partner sitting next to you. Let's understand what AI-assisted development actually means. Instead of writing, every line of code from scratch, you can describe what you want, and AI helps to generate it. Now, traditionally, developers had to write code manually, search for the errors themselves, and they have to spend a lot of time on the repetitive tasks. With AI, what happens is many of these activities become a lot faster. For example, AI can suggest code as you type. It can explain the errors. It can generate documentation on the fly and even create test cases. So it's important to remember that AI is not replacing developers. Just like a calculator didn't replace mathematicians, AI doesn't replace programmers. It simply helps them, work faster and focus on solving bigger problems. Okay. Now today, there are many AI tools available for developers, and each serves a different purpose. Some tools specialize in, conversations, chats, and answering questions that you may have, like ChatGPT and Claude. You might have tried it out. Others focus on coding assistance. For example, Gemini, Claude, GitHub Copilot, Cursor, and Windsurf. There are also enterprise-focused AI solutions used by large organizations and corporations. Now, okay. So now many people think AI is excuse me. Think AI is only useful for writing code, but that's actually a small part of the story. Software development usually goes through several stages. There are planning requirements, architecture of the software, designing the system. There is, of course, coding. There is testing. Then you have to deploy the software, and further, the software needs to be maintained, and bugs and all that are reported needs to be fixed. Here, AI can contribute at each stage. For example, during planning, it can help analyze the requirements. During the coding stage, it can generate the functions and classes for you. During testing, it can create test cases. Now, even after deployment, AI can help identify, monitor bugs. It can monitor the logs. It can identify the sort of issues that you might see in your software. Now, you can think of AI as an assistant that follows the project from the beginning all the way to the end. Okay, one of the most popular uses of AI is code generation. I imagine some of you may have already tried that out. So let's imagine you need a function that sorts student records by marks. Instead of writing the entire function manually, you can simply type a prompt like, create a Python function that sorts students by marks in the descending order. What happens is the AI analyzes your request and generates code almost instantly. This saves a lot of time, especially when creating, boilerplate, repetitive type of code or prototypes. It also is helpful for learning because you can study the generated code as it provides documentation along with it and understand how it works. So good developers always review the generated code because AI can sometimes make mistakes. Okay. Now, honestly, debugging is probably one of the most frustrating parts of programming, as you may all have experienced. We have all experienced such situations where we spend a lot of hours trying to find a missing semicolon or some statement bug, or understand even a confusing error message that the code might throw out when you run it. Now, AI can make this process much easier. You simply paste the error message or stack trace into the AI tool. It analyzes the issue. It explains what went wrong, and quite often it suggests a fix. It's almost like having a senior developer available whenever you are stuck. Instead of spending hours searching through different forums or Googling for the fix, developers can often find solutions within minutes. Now, when it comes to documentation, it's an extremely important task as part of the software development cycle. But many developers usually avoid writing documentation because it takes time or typically delay it towards the end of software development cycle. The problem is that undocumented code becomes very difficult to maintain, especially when new team members join a project. AI helps by automatically generating the documentation from the source code. It can create function descriptions, API documentation. We'll shortly see what is API. It can generate README files and comments. It's almost like, you might have seen these subtitles for a video when you watch Netflix or Amazon or something, right? The video is useful on its own, but usually these subtitles make it much easier for everyone to understand what's going on. Similarly, AI-generated documentation makes software quite easier to understand and maintain. Testing is another area where AI provides a significant amount of benefits. AI can automatically generate test cases. It can suggest edge cases that you may miss, and it can improve overall test coverage. For example, let's consider creating a login system. AI might suggest testing empty passwords. It might suggest testing invalid usernames, special characters, and other scenarios that many developers might typically overlook. In simple terms, AI helps developers think about situations that they may have forgotten during the code development cycle and testing. Okay. Now, coming to code development IDEs, modern development environments are becoming quite smarter because AI is built directly into them. Let's take cases of tools like Cursor, Windsurf, VS Code, Visual Studio Code with AI extensions, and JetBrains AI. They can understand your project and provide intelligent suggestions while you are coding. Imagine using Google Maps instead of a paper map. Both this Google Maps and paper map help you reach your destination. But as you might have all experienced, Google Maps actively guides you. It suggests the routes, it talks to you, and it warns you about traffic. AI-powered IDEs work quite in a similar manner. They don't just provide a workspace, but they actively assist you throughout the development cycle. And here is some comparison of different tools like Cursor, Windsurf, Visual Studio Code with AI extensions, and JetBrains AI. Okay, now let's see some of the real examples of AI-generated code. For example, here in Python, AI can create functions for data processing. In Java or JavaScript, a Spring Boot method that returns a list of users as JSON. You can provide that as a prompt. It can generate the REST API methods. For databases, for example, it can write SQL queries from pretty simple English descriptions like the ones given here. Write an SQL query to get the top 5 customers by total order value. So notice here that the prompts are written usually in natural language, almost like you are talking to another person. This is one of the biggest advantages of modern AI systems. They allow developers to focus on what they want to achieve instead of remembering every syntax detail. You can see the Python example here. Write a Python function that takes a list of dictionaries and returns only items where age is greater than 18. Here is the usage. You are giving a data with a name as Alice, age as 25, name as Bob, and age as 16. The one with age greater than 25 is Alice. And when you call this function, which is generated by your AI tool, it gives result is equal to filter adults data, and the results would be named as Alice and age 25. And here is the function it has implemented for you. Okay. Now let's see what is an API. An API, or application programming interface, it allows different software applications, to communicate with each other. A common analogy is a restaurant. You don't usually walk into the kitchen and cook your own food, Instead, you tell the waiter what you want. The waiter usually communicates with the kitchen folks and then brings back the food. In this analogy, the waiter is the API. The API receives the request, sends them to the appropriate service, in this case being the kitchen, and the API being the waiter, and returns the response, which is bringing back your food. Now let's take a practical example. Suppose you are using a weather application. When you open the app, it doesn't store weather information itself. Instead, it sends a request to a weather service through an API. The weather service processes the request and returns the latest weather data. So here, APIs act as messengers between applications. Without these APIs, modern applications would struggle to share information and services with one another. Okay, now that we understand what an API is, let's see how APIs are used with AI or artificial intelligence. Training an AI model from scratch, is extremely expensive and time-consuming. Companies like Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, and all, they have spent years collecting data, training models, and maintaining massive computing infrastructure. As developers, we usually don't want to build our own AI models. Instead, we use AI APIs. Here, think of it like electricity. When you want to use electricity at home, you don't build a power plant. You simply connect to the existing power grid and use electricity whenever needed. AI APIs work in a very similar manner. Developers connect to an existing AI service and use its intelligence on demand. Let's take ChatGPT as an example. When you type, write a Python program to calculate factorial, your request is sent to OpenAI's servers through an API. The AI model processes the request, it generates the code, and sends the result back to you within a few seconds. This approach typically saves developers enormous amount of time, money, and effort, because they can focus on just building useful applications rather than creating these cumbersome AI models from scratch. Today, some of the most popular AI APIs include your OpenAI API, Gemini API from Google, Anthropic's Claude API, and Microsoft's Azure AI services. These APIs are used in chatbots, coding assistants, customer support systems, document analysis tools, and many other modern applications. Okay, AI agents are the next step, beyond traditional AI tools. Instead of simply answering questions, AI agents can plan, reason, use tools, and complete tasks autonomously. Here, AI agents can break down a large task into smaller steps, and they can execute those steps and monitor progress along the way. Now, when we compare development before and after AI adoption, the benefits become quite clear. Developers spend less time on boilerplate, repetitive tasks. The debugging task, that becomes quite faster. As you have seen, the documentation improves. You can generate the documentation on the fly as you write the code. And learning new technologies become quite easier. So here you have to note that AI doesn't remove the need for a programming language or the programming knowledge. Instead, it amplifies the skills developers already have. The better you understand the programming concepts, the more effectively you can use AI tools. So building AI-powered applications usually follows a simple pattern. Here, first the application sends a request to an AI API, and we have seen what does an API do quite a bit earlier. The AI processes the request and generates the response through the API. Finally, the application displays the result to the user. You might have used this in chatbots like your OpenAI. So this approach is usually used in such chatbots, coding assistants, customer support systems, document analysis tools, and recommendation engines. For example, you can also you can ask certain tools to recommend a movie for you depending upon what sort of movie and what sort of characters, what sort of likes you may have for a typical sort of a movie. And it could provide the recommendation through its API and provide the result and display it to you on that application. So many of these AI applications we use daily follow this exact architecture. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And before we go into the mini hands-on activity, do you have any questions? Anything about the AI tools? How do they assist on debugging, coding, documentation? Anything about API? How do they work? Or the AI agents? The way they integrate tasks, etc. Any questions you may have? Okay, if you don't have any questions, let's go through the mini hands-on activity. So here, you can use any of the tools like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini, and try this as an exercise using any of these AI assistants. So in order to experience the full AI-assisted development workflow firsthand, you can give a prompt to generate any function of your choice. You can ask it to explain the code, and you can request it to create the tests and write the documentation for the code. Can you all try that? You can open ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini interface on your browser and ask it to generate the function, explain the code, create these tests, and write the documentation. Can you all try, and then we can review some of the your responses. Okay, have you all given it a try? Okay, I can see one of the responses from Pradyumna. He has tried to create a function for selection sort using Python. And he has asked ChatGPT to generate the function and documentation for the function. It has generated the code, and in line with the code, it has provided comments so that you can so that you can easily understand the code. You all can see that in the chat window here. The example usage of the function is given, and it has printed out for a given array. Sorry, for a given sample array, it has printed out the sorted array. It has explained the purpose, the parameters used, the algorithm used, the time complexity it has provided. It has provided the advantages, disadvantages of using this particular sort of a function. It has given the sample inputs and output, and it has given the required description. So it has generated the function. It has explained the code through the inline comments and all, and further through the rest of the documentation. So it has generated the documentation, and there are also provisions to create tests for this function if you prompt and ask it to provide tests and test cases for these sort of a function. This is with ChatGPT. You can similarly try the same on Claude, Gemini, or any similar tools. Can we also see a couple more responses if any of you have tried out any other functions? If you have tried it out, can you please put it on the chat window? Anyone? Okay, here we have a response. This is from Chintana. She has given a prompt to write a Python function that checks whether a string is a palindrome. So it has given the function. It has generated the code for that. It has explained the code. It explains what the function does, as in what is a palindrome and how does it work, right? It is going through that. Then it has given certain example and line by line explanations and what is the return value. Then further on, it has created tests using Python's unit test framework. It has imported the unit test library and created a test case. And further on, it has written the documentation wherein it explains the function, what it does, what are the parameters, name of the parameters, type of parameters, description, what are the return parameters. It has given certain examples of the usage of the function. It gives notes on the function as additional comments. And yeah, so it has provided that. Pradyumna, and Chintana. These are good examples. Anyone else? Chintana, which tool did you use for this? ChatGPT, okay. Any other examples you want to provide? Okay, if you don't have other examples, I'm pretty much done. Any last minute questions on any of the areas that we covered? Okay, if you don't have any questions, thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you, Professor Ritin. Thanks again. Here we come to the end of the session. Hi, Professor Ritin, can you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Dear students, do you got any queries? Kindly ask with the sir. You can type it in the text box so that sir can see and can give the solution for that one. I guess no queries. I think, sir. I think everyone has understand the topic. So
Yeah, by the way, those are good examples that they have provided in the chat window.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I think sir, can you give any tips for our students? Anything up to 3? Is it okay? Like,
sure. I think I can run you through a few of them based on the experience in using some of these tools in our work. So we have used ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. The good thing about these are, I think they have free credits, and I think for students that they have certain options and they provide a lot of benefits. We have used it for code generation in different stages of our product development cycle. We have used it for generating computer vision, AI, 3D graphics functions and all. Many a times what you do is you initially give a prompt for the function or the functionality that you are looking for. It gives initially a sample draft code. We try that, we see there are certain errors that it generates. So we feed that error back into the tool. It could be Claude, Gemini, or your ChatGPT. Sometimes we feed some code and their output to another tool, like something given by ChatGPT might be fed into Gemini, or from Gemini to Claude or vice versa. It helps to generate code. It helps to debug this code. It provides in some of these tools like Visual Studio Code and also in, your collab.google.com and all. They will provide the fix, and you can try out the fix and see if it works. If it doesn't, you can revert the fix. You can look for other fixes. So here, what you do is you usually have to provide a detailed explanation of what you want, and you have to provide, if it is debugging the code, right, you'll have to provide the error message that it has given, and you can add your own comments. If there is a picture output or something, you can provide that picture back into the tool and ask and mention that, okay, here is the output that we have got, but this is not what we are looking for. Here are the characteristics of the output that are wrong, and instead we are expecting this, and it can generate the fixes for that, and it can generate the right sort of functionality for you. Then in our tools, like video conferencing tool that we are working on, there are multiple test cases that are required, and we often ask these ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini AI tools, right? We ask them to generate test cases for that, and many times it generates good amount of test cases. And the good part is, whenever it generates code and test cases and all, it provides a significant amount of documentation, which helps us save a lot of time for that, and also helps us to understand what it is trying to implement. When we have to debug it, it explains what exactly that code is doing, and it generates documentation that can be used by new joinees when they need to understand the code, when they need to try do the coding or the debugging. So in essence, it saves us a lot of time through the entire cycle. Then we have also used it for some of the advertisements and LinkedIn posts and all that we need. Sometimes it is for image generation, sometimes it is for video generation, sometimes it is for social media post generation we have used it for. And many times it gives you a first draft, and then you have to go through a few cycles. You have to give further feedback through your prompts and ask for it to generate better images, better videos, or something that is suiting your particular set of requirements. So it goes through those cycles. It provides you sometimes PPT, sometimes images, sometimes videos, whichever you are looking for. And it assists you in all sort of, programming, development, code development, debugging, generating test cases, documentation, advertisements, promoting your work, social media, all of this. Sometimes it might be for generating some documents that are required for the company, etc. It assists in that. So these are the set of areas that it provides support on. So it's a matter of trying it out. Try out these tools, generate your prompts, ask what you're looking for, see the outcome.
I have one doubt regarding a general doubt regarding, since you are in AI industry, sir, what is the future of our current CSE students in AI industry? Because nowadays, AI is taking over in all the field. So the students are having the doubt that, sir, what is our future? Because they are still studying second year, third year and all. So what is the future of our students in AI industry, sir? Maybe in the next coming years, sir?
So computer science students, their knowledge, right, that still have a lot of significance in the industry. Today, AI can generate code, but it cannot generate industry-grade code as far as what we have seen. It can generate initial prototypes, it can generate small functions, and then it looks for human intervention to, make it industry standard, make it industrial grade, such that it can be deployed in real life situations, practical applications. So that's where your knowledge would come in, and see the AI tools more of an assistant to you, right? It helps you accelerate the software development cycle. It helps you learn things. It helps you do the coding, debugging, testing, and all more effectively. And it helps you to focus on more important things, and a lot of repetitive tasks, a lot of boilerplate coding and all that, right? You can leave it to these AI tools. And the knowledge that you gather through your engineering on programming, software principles, software development, algorithms and cycles, right? That still holds quite a lot of significance. As you can see, like, in order to build industrial level code, you need to understand that code that is generated by AI. You need to debug it further. You need to make changes and make it industry standard. That's where human intervention comes in, your knowledge comes in. Also, designing a holistic project and all, certain components are what today I can generate as far as what we have seen. And the holistic software development still needs computer science engineers, and their knowledge and their expertise holds a lot of significance.
Okay, sir. Students, do you have any doubt? Because sir is from the AI industry itself. If you have any doubt regarding what is the future of AI or any queries you are having, means kindly update in our text box so that sir can reply to your answers. Anything, maybe on his session or maybe a general question. Think no one, I guess, sir. Sir, anyways, thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insight regarding our program. So, on behalf of IST, BNY, and AJIT, I thank you very much for joining us to this student workshop, sir. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everybody, for joining the session.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. So, dear students, now it's almost time for tea break. So, quickly have a tea break of, say, 10 or 15 minutes. So that now it is 3:50. So that you can come up at, sorry, it is 2:50. So that you can come at 3:05. You can join us at 3:05 so that we can start our next session. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Ritin. Hello. Hello, Dr. Ritin. Good evening.
Sir, we have just left the students now. Let
No
us wait
issues,
for
no
some
issues.
5 minutes, sir,
Yeah,
so
let them,
that let them
yeah.
come back.
Yeah, sure, no issues.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dear students, I think we can start our last session. So for this session, I welcome Dinesh Naik sir from NITK Surathkal for his topic on introduction to AI agents. So before that, let me brief the biodata of Dinesh Naik sir. Dr. Dinesh Naik sir is an assistant professor at the Department of Information Technology at National Institute of Technology, Surathkal, Karnataka. Sir has joined NITK in the year 2008 and has over 18 years of professional experience, including 14 years at NITK. He obtained his PhD from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka in 2023. He completed his MTech in Computer Science and Engineering from VTU in 2006. And he earned a B degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Kuvempu University in the year 2001. Sir's research interests include deep learning, computer vision, natural language processing, evolution, deep intelligence, scientific imaging, remote sensing, and biomedical imaging. He has published several impact research papers in reputed international journals and conferences. Sir is a notable has a notable journal publication on semantic video description using deep neural networks appeared in the Journal of Big Data. His research contributions span image captioning, video captioning, and semantic segmentation, optical flow estimation, and visual question answering. So he has guided numerous student research projects in emerging areas of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And Sir has also collaborated with the leading institutes such as IIT Kharagpur, IISc Bangalore, and National University of Singapore. He has worked on industry-sponsored projects with IBM, Intel, Byju's, etc. And he has authored book chapters on visual questioning, answering, brain tumor segmentation, COVID-19, social distancing detection, etc. His project Open XVM Research received the prestigious SUN Community Innovative Award. His work on DDoS defense mechanism received appreciation from researchers at Massachusetts University, MIT, that is in US, and University of Texas. He has successfully organized several workshop, faculty development program, research training initiative under TechWhip and NITK sponsorship. His areas of expertise include artificial intelligence, deep learning, computer vision, data analytics, cloud technologies. He is actively involved in promoting research, innovation, industry, academic collaboration among students and faculty members. Dr. Dinesh Naik sir continues to contribute significantly to cutting-edge research and technical education through his teaching, publication, and collaborative projects. So, such a wonderful biodata. So, I welcome Dr. Dinesh Naik sir for this student workshop. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you,
Over
Dr.
to you, sir.
Ritin
Over
Kumar.
to you, sir.
Thank you so much for your detailed introductions.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much. Good evening, everyone here. I'm Dr. Dinesh Naik. Yes. First and foremost, I would like to thank AJ Institute of Technology for giving me an opportunity to talk to the young minds, the brilliant minds, I do believe. Yeah, I'm particularly thanking Dr. Ritin Kumar, the professor in Department of AJIET. I don't know the department, AJIT. So I'd be very happy. Yeah, I've been here for almost 17 years in NITK. Actually, the area which I am covering up is not actually the stronghold of mine, because I do work on deep neural networks for computer visions, and we have been associated with some of the industries you have mentioned. And it was actually in a PG projects we have associated, and one or two guys from we also had some projects related to deep learning as well as computer visions with KMC Mangaluru as well. Currently, we are. I'm myself and my team. Is working with some doctors in KMC. That's basically captioning. Taking deep learning or all these new trends to captioning the the medical report. I mean, basically trying to analyze the images with the instructions, so and so. I'd be very privileged to have sessions on this. Actually, it's a good learning experience for me as well. And thank you so much, Dr. Ritin Kumar, for inviting me to this wonderful
Thank you, sir.
workshop. Shall I start presenting on my slides? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Kindly, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, introduction to AI agents. Yes. Yeah. First and foremost, I'm taking this time to acknowledge my college itself, National Institute of Technology, and especially Department of Information Technology for giving me a chance. I mean, just because of this, I could able to learn so many things on the latest trending topics, technical topics. I'd be very grateful to NITK, especially Department of IT. And also I would be very thankful to the professors, the scientists and the researchers whose videos, images, and sometimes the research articles are being referred. And somewhere I'm using that for these PPTs as well. So I'm greatly thankful to them because without their deep research, I could not able to get most of the the things which I'm today depicting in before you. So basically, my today's aim of today's goal is to slightly take you on to engage you on AI agents, then AI workflows, then slightly into deep generative models, then all other stuffs. Actually, it's almost 1 hour is given. Now it's 3:15. Yeah, I'll start. So basically, that this AI agents, and most of you are aware that what is agentic AI and what is AI agent, so and so. To be frankly speaking, these are the very actually the new trending topics, technological stuffs, which can be utilized, for any sort of applications. And basically why this trend is because, so we have a lot of other advanced technological stuffs in line with this all topics. Basically, if you talk about deep generative models, sometimes you talk about reactive AIs, sometimes you talk about proactive AIs, narrow AIs, super intelligence, artificial intelligence, so and so things actually, because this has been hello. This has been a hello. Hello, Ritin. Am I? Is it echoing somewhere? Hello. Am I audible, participants?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there any disturbance? Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So because of all the advancement in artificial intelligence and the subsets, we are talking about today's AI agent. What is basically AI agents? Most of you know that they are the intelligent software systems that basically can do perceiveness, can do many things. Say, for example, to highlight some of the key features, like they possess autonomy. So what do you mean by autonomy? They act without the constant human input and decide next steps from past data, like a bookstore bought blocks missing invoices, something like that. So autonomy is the beauty of these AI agents. Then also it is a goal driven. So what is goal driven? Basically, it optimized for defined objectives, like a logistic AI balancing speed, cost, and fuel use, something like that. So this is very goal based. It will do the task. The defined task with the different steps, with basically having pre-stages, something like that. Then it is also a perceptive. So what is basically perceptive means? So gather information from different input devices. It could be some sensors, or it could be some APIs, or it could be some other agentic systems, something like that. So it also possesses some adaptability, because this agents or agentic systems, it is adaptive in nature, because as and when it learns new things, it tries to adapt or tries to optimize itself to have the best outcomes. Because so this learning ability makes them so beautiful, very adaptive. The other one is, it is collaborative. So why it is collaborative? Sometimes because you have seen, if you compare this agents with your traditional LLMs, or what you say nowadays, chat GPTs, they're all reactive agents. Why? It is because when you prompted something, it gives something. So it is basically a reactive agents. But when it comes to agents, they're not even they are not like or normal LLMs or chat GPTs. They're having many other processing elements, or advantages, benefits, say. Okay, so when it comes to collaborative, so they work with humans or other agents toward shared goals. So in order to achieve goals, it could able to deploy sometimes different agents. The multi-agent system. This type of system is called multi-agent systems. Or sometimes it could also take human interventions. So sometimes the human intervention is also required. So therefore it collaboratively works well. I mean, sometimes to the agents, or sometimes to also it collaborate with the APIs, or some system prompts, or something else that is basically there in the existing systems. So these are the basic the contents of A agents. Now coming to so particularly A agents can be defined as it is a specific software system which does the job of achieving some goals given to that specific goal. So when it comes to how do you distinguish between these A agents and agentic AI? So agentic AI is basically a broader spectrum of these A agents. So AI agents can be deployed only for the specific task, whereas agentic AI is a system where you can have multiple sort of agents, or multiple contents, or multiple things. So this is in actually a broader sense. So this is all about the difference between agents and agentic system. So in contrast to this, if you take chat GPT or LLMs, they're basically a reactive agents. Why? Because what you prompted, so I mean, you give inputs and it generates certain outputs based on your inputs. And of course, it's almost very similar, but it is very reactive, something like that. So there is no much adaptations or much collaborations or much, of course, to a certain extent. I'm talking this with from the other aspects. I can give the example for this as well. But this being termed as the reactive agents, but here this AI agents or agentic AIs will have a different perspective. So it can perceive the environment in terms of getting inputs, or it can reasons, or it can analyze those environmental inputs, then decide based on the taken inputs, and act accordingly by self, to achieve specific goals on behalf of a user actually. So overall, coming to the requirement for this, for any system to be an agentic or AI agent, we basically require components, that, as we know that. So basically, so it possesses tools, then memory, then planning. So what is this tools, memory, and planning? We'll see one by one. So planning and reflection is the one tool. Basically, the heart of all these agent, or the heart of all these, basically the heart of the LLM is, or large language model is, or chat GPT is basically a transformer based, or LLMs. The AI agents also, so AI agents is also using all these, LLMs, or, what do you say, the LLM I'm talking with respect to one company. There might be many other all these, this very similar sort of models that you might be knowing better than me, actually. Yeah. So the heart of the AI agents are planning and reflections. So what is planning and reflections now? The agents can analyze the given problems or given prompt inputs, then break it down in steps and adjust their approach based on the new information it is acquired. So how does it do actually? Sometimes, so your prompt information is given to some LLMs, or some LLMs to gather information as you require. So it does by using. So therefore, so this planning and reflection is basically carried out by LLMs. So the other one is tool access. So what is tool access? So basically, in an agentic system or in any AI agents, sometimes if you have different agents or different agents, intelligence agents, or what do you say, agentic AI, so you will have to have some tools associated with the system. Say, for example, it could be database, or it could be APIs, or it could be sometimes some agents which is specifically designed or deployed, or designed for or deployed for some other purposes. So you will have to have an ability to interact with these tools. So therefore, this is the one component required in agentic systems, actually. Then the other thing is memory. So what is memory actually? So agents can store and retrieve information. Sometimes in the process of perceiving and collaborating and and actually processing, you need some sort of memories, or the storage. So that would be, yeah, basically the memory tools or memory requirements. So that is essentially required. So sometimes, say, what does it do, this memory? Say you have some variable declaration or some memory storage or a buffer where you would maintain certain information. Say, for example, sometimes processing in a sentence. Okay, sentence. So you will have to keep the information about the words, or the contextual information about the words, or might be sometimes you could be defining the order of the words. So in such cases, you need to store this contextual, this ordering, or some other information as such to be stored in such locations, or to be stored in this kind of buffering. So that's the memory requirement is essential for AI agents. So basically, and any agent system, any artificial intelligence agent system requires this main tools, actually. Yeah. So now, so the brain of the agent, as I told you, these LLMs, large language models. So modern large language models enable several crucial planning functions. You might be knowing that. So what does it do actually? It decomposes different complex tasks, because AI agents can even perform the complex tasks. Even it can perform not only very trivial sort of thing, because agents' purpose sometimes is to have the accomplishment of the complex tasks, right? So this LLMs, what does it do actually? It does the decompositions through chain of thought reasoning, then self-reflection on past actions and information. So sometimes it has to act upon all the tasks divided and accomplished, because in order to have the next level of knowledge base, it should or it should act upon itself, sometimes required to optimize the whole outcomes. So it needs a self-reflections on the actions it's being stored in the memories or something like that. Sometimes it also does the adaptive learning to improve future decisions. Sometimes these agents are based on some specific goals, or it's a goal oriented. So in order to achieve that specific goal, we also have to adapt large language models, which does the adaptive learning, then critical analysis of this current progress or the activities that's been. So that's been rolled by, or so it is been done by large language models. We'll go into this LLMs a little later, actually. I'll talk about what is the LLM, how it is, what is the heart of that. Yeah. So, okay, next, tool utilizations. This is actually basically extending the agent's capabilities. You said, sometimes, say, when you talk about an agent or AI agent, it needs to be equipped with many other tools. Okay, so it will in turn increase the capability of these agents by how, say, having a well-designed agent. I mean, having well-defined tools, or some additional tools, or sometimes might be pinging to the tools, or might be playing to the tools, where you will have certain set of environment, or some set of environment where agent itself created, and utilizing using those environment for accessing all these capabilities, like mathematical calculators tools, then image generation systems tools, then sometimes web search and scraping utilities, sometimes coding and execution environments, that sort of thing. Okay, so these are the actually the tools for extending the capabilities of the AI agents. Next, yeah, of course, I was talking about memory. So this memory part is basically being used as in a short-term memory, so which actually functions as a buffer for immediate context, sometimes enables in-context learning. So the storage actually enables in-context learning, then sufficient for most task completion. Sometimes the short memory, basically, so the memory system, the short memory is sufficient for most task completions, because sometimes we'll be going with smaller tasks, so short memory is enough. But how about say a complex task and a longer goals? So how you then manage? Then that will be managed by the long-term memory. So implemented through external vector stores, sometimes enables fast retrieval of historical information. Sometimes you would also require, or this agent to be equipped with fast information. So in such cases, you could have some external vector stores or memory for storing that historical data and retrieving them back to analyze. Okay, so that's the one thing. Then valuable for future task completion. Sometimes, of course, in order to do some future accomplishments, or to sometimes in order to even to achieve the current goals, this information is necessary. So long-term memory is very much required, then less commonly implemented, but potentially crucial for future development. So this is just like in a buffer, might be less used in many AI agents, but crucial for future development, because as and when the agents are being complex, you will have to equip the agents with a lot of other utilities. So in such cases, you may require this kind of memory usage. Yeah. So now, what are agentic systems actually? So as you know that agentic systems are the systems, or the software which can perceive, which can reason, which can collaborate, which basically can perceive and act according. So it can also act according. So basically agentic AI can be viewed in different ways actually. So one is called AI workflows. So what is that actually? A system where LLMs and tools are orchestrated through predefined code paths. So here the advantage is part of AI workflows is that you have a fixed code paths. So you will only operate with this constrained code paths. So these systems follow a structured sequence of operations. So since you have this code path, fixed code paths, and they will operate with a specific sequence of operations with explicit control flow. So you have everything with you. So this is basically called AI workflows. Then AI agents, as you studied what AI agents, they're systems where LLMs are dynamically direct their own processes, and sort of little bit of autonomy is there, and tool usage, and maintaining autonomous control over and how they accomplish tasks. So a lot of flexibility is there. So a lot of flexibility there in the AI agent. So the AI workflows is basically based on some conditions like that. So predefined conditions, if then else, something logic. So very similar to this kind of logic. So, but in AI agents, they possess autonomy. So they can do what they can do on their own, by integrating or by self learning. So that's the beauty of. So these are the basic two workflows of agentic systems. Now coming to the AI workflow characteristics. So of course the key characteristics are like predefined steps and execution paths. So you will always instruct your AI system to go with the paths, or to go with the execution path, or have the predefined steps, like if logic, something like that. Then what is the advantage? The key factor here is high predictability and control, because the predictability, this sort of AI workflows is basically launch for high predictability and consistency and control over the system. So such systems only go with this A workflows. Then well-defined task boundaries, since it is constrained, so you will have well-defined task boundaries. Then explicit orchestration logic. So you mentioned some sort of orchestrations, how to be done, what to be done, and something. So it operates with a constrained boundary. Then when to use A workflows. So where basically this is achievable and more prominent in cases of well-defined tasks with clear requirements. Then scenarios where requiring predictability and consistency. Then the tasks where you need explicit control over execution flow, then you will have to have a control, explicit control over the execution flow. Then you can go with A workflows. Then production systems where reliability is critical. Okay, so in such scenarios, you can launch A workflows. Then when it comes to AI agents, their dynamic decision making, they can process that characters, where the autonomous tool selection and usage, they can select tools what they want to for the at the time of their accomplishment of the goals, and can use in a way that was defined within that system. Then it can reason out well, and having sometimes the reflection capabilities, it can get the feedback from other systems, can recorrect the mistake that has been done at the pre-stage and go back with, again, optimizations, learning, and can achieve the goals. Then self-directed task executions, it can have its own paths, can be defined by itself, by understanding the environment, perceiving the environment, and acting upon. So it can self-direct. So when to use actually this agents, of course, this can be, a very wide open usage. So open-ended task with variable execution paths can decide its own paths. Then a complex scenarios where the number of steps is difficult to define upfront. Then task requiring adaptive reasoning. So sometimes you don't have to confine your agent to stick to some rules. Rather, you give the independence to that to work on, because you always are goal oriented. So in such scenarios, you can deploy agents. So situations, and the other situation is where flexibility outweighs predictability. So when you need a flexibility system, then you can basically go with A agents. Okay, these are the different common A workflow patterns. Actually, when it comes to A workflow patterns, or what do you call actually A agent structures, we can divide this into many actually, but I have listed here around 5 structures. So this is the one pattern which is belonging to a workflow, or sometimes you can follow this pattern for having your workflows, or for having the self-defined agents. Okay. So what is that actually? The first one pattern is the prompt chaining. So the example for this, like, a document generation workflow. So in this prompt chaining, what happens, that, so the goal is defined. Say you are generating documents. So once you get the message from somewhere, or some, inputs, once you prompt the whole model, it starts making, making the whole operation in steps. This is basically sequential steps, so sequential operations. So this workflow is basically, making the whole process into chunks and dividing that into chunks. Say sometimes, the output of one chunk is given as the input to the other chunks, and this what actually gives, so some sort of independence. Say sometimes, yeah. So the output of this, goes as the input to this. So you have some sort of freedom actually. So in this case, say the document generation workflow. So what you do when you prompted certain inputs, it sometimes it may take the external tool to gather the informations. Okay, say something here that is happening. It is generating the outline about the prompts, and it might sometimes utilizes the external LMs, the tools like GPT or something like that. Then it actually it grades, it set grades to that documents. Okay, then it goes to the validation steps. some conditions like if then logic, something like that. If it is false, it here in the pre-stage it sets grades. So if it is it's validated, then it expands. Again, it could also take some in that processing stage. It could also take some helps from the LLMs, and it refines, and finally it generates. In case of fails or the validation fails, the set grade is not meeting the criteria what we have fixed before, then it could fail actually. So then sometimes it might be redirected to the edit fields, or edit fields might be prompted back something to grade it again, something for the gradings. Okay, so that is actually called in a prompt chaining. So sequence of operations with the usage of tools. So this is called in a common AI workflows, and it is a prompt chaining. In this case, this is the another patterns being existed in all AI systems or AI architectures. So this is basically a customer support router. So this is basically what happens in this pattern. This is the routing pattern. So what does it mean actually? When you prompted some messages, it is being say in this case customer support router. Okay, so what happens? So a query classifier is being existed in this part. So sometimes it may also ping to the LLMs or some parsers which actually classifies the given prompt inputs. Okay, so then there is a one unit here that is called root by type. So we checks the classifications. Say for example, if the whole prompt inputs is being divided in different modules. Say one module is for specific task, the other module is for some specific task, the other module is some specific task. So that type checking is done here, and it is given to the different processing units or different agents or different workflows, something like that. So this could be one general LLM chain, and this could be the other refund LLM chain, then the support LLM chain. So in case of a prompt inputs which is specifically to be in line with technical assistance, then that has to be directed to this model. So something like that. So this pattern is basically called, then it is being aggregated to have some the proper outcome. So this kind of the overall workflow is called routing. So routing based on the specific task given or on a specific task. So something like that. So the other one is like parallelizations. So this is a common pattern that we see in an almost complex AI workflows, where you have the inputs. So this is basically content safety pipeline. So say in this kind of scenario where you have different modules for different checks or different compliance checks, security checks, or some other module. So this, say you should be interested to run it simultaneously or parallelly or concurrently. Then in such workflow is being referred as the parallelization. Say here in this module, so when you get the prompts, so you split the prompts, this would be the generate responses. So sometimes it may also utilize the LLM tools. Then sometimes it also gets the edit fields to modify the generated actions. Sometimes you will also give your split, the one split into a safety check, then the other split into the compliance check, something like that. So this has been parallelly done, and it is being aggregated. Input here, input 1, input 2, input 3, then final version of the task or the other process is completed. So this is actually a workflow is called parallelizations. There is one more workflow that is known as orchestrator worker pattern. So that basically in this case, beauty is that there is an orchestrated and synthesizer module. So what does it do actually? When you prompt certain information, so it orchestrates that into different LLM. Say this is a one path, this is the one path, this could be the another path. So this orchestrated will manage all these LLM calls, or this sometimes directs the prompt inputs. Sometimes, the prompt inputs into these callbacks, all callbacks, and the synthesizer would be there, which is basically orchestrating all the inputs that is being actually processed on these agents or these modules. Okay, so that's the basic workflow that you see in the AI's agentic systems. That's called orchestrated worker patterns. Another one more pattern is evaluator optimizers. So in this case is you have basically in this case of a workflow, you will have an LLM called generator, which generates actually solutions or the prompt inputs into the different LLM calls or different modules. Okay, then there is one more way of refining or saying call on the generated solutions. So say the system is basically being referred as a sort of feedback systems, where if the system is not confronting some predefined constraints or some predefined steps or stages, then this could be sent back to the call generator, okay, to optimize and again give back to the next stage. I mean, of course, it goes to the next stage, but this is called basically in refinement by feedback. So this pattern is called a reflection pattern. So these are the basic workflows that you could actually go in your agentic systems or AI systems, in any AI workflows. This is the pattern. So here is this is what actually you see in AI agents. Now you have seen what is AI workflow. So basically what you see actually is some sort of constraints and a fixed constraints. Sometimes some sort of code base or fixed code base or some code paths or some defined rules are being associated. Now this is basically what you see AI agents. See, what does it do actually? Say in this case, when it receives some chat messages, the task planner, the LLMs, or it may sometimes could go with another reasoning LLM, or it sometimes also can interact with the memory system. Sometimes it also can interact with the different tools associated with the with that particular task planner. Okay, so this is what actually an independent, very collaborative, self-assessing, and most wonderful agents. So this is how the task execution happens in this AI agents. So this is the diagram for that. Okay, next, coming to how the different agents differ from workflows, basically the workflows. So the different aspects have been given. So one is the control flow. So the AI workflows, it's very free defined and explicit. But whereas AI agents are dynamic, autonomous, they can change their paths as and when they see something to be new dynamic paths available, and which is more outcome based or more goal oriented or more efficient, something like that. Then decision making, it is a hard coded logic. AI workflows are very hard coded. Then AI agents are LLM driven, as you know that. Then the tool usage, orchestrated by code, then self-selected by agents. Then adaptability, fixed paths are there in the AI workflows, whereas AI agents, this is the flexible executions. Then complexity, of course, it's lower in the AI workflows, more predictable, but it's more predictable. But here, the complexity is higher, but more capable. And when it comes to use case, what sort of use cases can be associated with the AI workflows? Well-defined tasks. So you have every path defined, well-defined paths, and all the constraints as well, which are required for the processing. Then this is open-ended problems. Even sometimes this sort of AI agents learn from systems, learn from collaborative inputs, and aggregate them, segregates, and takes out the most eminent inputs and prioritize, and takes that as the stage for the next level of processing. So this is the beauty of how agents differ from workflows. Now, this is basically types of agents. So first and foremost, these AI agents can be classified in a different way. Actually, they can also be classified based on the behavior, based on the sentiments, based on the number of agents. Say, for example, reactive. reactive agents. So what is reactive agents? This is basically what you give, it gives certain information. So just, so reactive kind of. Then proactive, sometimes it also foresee, but in the reactive stage, there is no foreseen of the future events. But whereas in proactive agents, this is what agents these are talking are in line with sentiments or behavior. So in the case of proactive agents, that even it can act present scenarios by seeing the future events. Sometimes what could happen in the futures, what should be the clear measures has to be taken now. So this sort of agents is called being proactive. Then single agent, where very simple agents are being deployed for doing some specific tasks. So these are all called single agent, agents. Then one more is multi-agents. You can have different agents which are performing different tasks, and you can give different tasks to those agents and can do your work then. Okay, you can accomplish your work. So in this setup, so these are the types based on some other properties. So what are they actually? Types of agents, they are simple reflex agents. So here, what is the base is this is very simple. So this works with condition action rules. So this sort of agents basically work with condition action rules. So it's not so much very very active, and it's very very what do you call, very advantageous kind of thing. So it acts only with some condition action rules. So operate without memory of past states or stored information. These are the different characteristics actually. So they will work with only the current states. It even sometimes don't look at the past history as well. So it is not maintaining an internal model about the memory or about the informations or something like that. So do not maintain an internal model of the environment, and it works best in fully observable and predictable environments. And traffic light control systems are the best example that only change signals based on fixed intent. So the best example is the traffic light control. So the agents deployed for this kind of thing, this is called simple reflex agents. Then one more is model-based reflex agent. The beauty of this model-based reflex agent is it maintains internal memory to update and maintain environment state. Sometimes it wants to predict the future, the outcome based on the current prompt input, but could also the stored internal memory or internal model details. Okay, so infer missing details from past. So why that is essential? Sometimes while inferring the future circumstances, you may need some complete data, may not be available at that time. You can ping into your memory model and get back, and you can stitch that onto the current inputs so that you can predict based on this. So something like that. So this agents react based on current input while using stored context for better decisions sometimes. So best example for this is robot vacuum cleaners that map rooms and tracks cleaned areas. Say for example, this is also slightly in a condition action rule based. Okay. The next one is goal-based agents. So what is actually the goal-based agents? So uses search and planning techniques to find suitable action paths. It judges actions based on how well they move toward the goal actually. So basically this is goals, goals-based actually. What do you mean by goals-based? Actually, you have a fixed, specific task to be accomplished. So in order to accomplish the task, it takes its own plannings, it takes all its search mechanisms, find suitable action paths, okay, and it judges how well it can do the things to achieve that goal. So therefore, it is a goal-based agent. Explore multiple possible routes to reach the desired goal. So it can also process different ways to accomplish the task done. Okay, to accomplish the task. Okay, so then logistic routing agents that find optimal delivery routes based on factors like distance and time. So example for this is a logistic routing agents. Okay, so here, this type of the scenarios being given. These are the sensors which are basically to grab the inputs. Okay, so from the environment. Okay, so this is the diagram which depicts goal-based agents. Next, utility-based agents. What is utility-based agents? So it makes It makes decisions in uncertain or probabilistic environments. So select action based on expected usefulness or rewards. So sometimes, say you have trodden the path, which will not fetch you, very good rewards. Then why you should unnecessarily trod that path, right? So so some agents or some size type of agents, which are basically, based on the reward based. So you, whenever you go with a different paths, so you will find the optimal path, then you reward it. So again, you find some optimal path, reward. Then some with some voting mechanisms, you will judge them all this optimized path, which can be the best path, which could be, or search techniques or mechanisms which could achieve my task. So something like that. So how that is being done? So it uses some utility functions or some rewards. Okay, so so this is basically judgment or the assessment of the well-beingness of the functions the agents are being used. Okay, so based on that, the things are being done. So for example, say in the financial portfolio management agents, in case of this, that evaluate investments based on the factors like risk, return, and diversifications, operate by choosing options that provide the most value. So because, as a human being, we always want to make money, right? So in such scenarios, we have to see different other aspects, and together it should fetch us, the good value for our shares or some, money. So that's the reason why these utility-based agents are very much, useful in such scenarios. Okay. Next, learning agents. Yeah, the learning agents basically, they adapt. They adapt certain natures. That natures are called learning. So as in when it sees many happenings in the environment, within the environment, so it learns it, and it finds how best this learning or this mechanisms or planning can actually give my best outcomes. So that's how it and I mean it does this over the time. So, okay, so learning aspects is very criteria. So this kind of the learning agents are processing all these aspects because to achieve the goals. Okay, say sometimes it combine action execution with the learning mechanisms, create new knowledge instead of relying only on fixed values. So if this learning is not happening, then you cannot create the next level of knowledge base. Because so once if you have a trivial knowledge base, then sometimes you cannot take decision on that trivial knowledge base. So once you learn the environment and you can update the knowledge base, and if you go up one level, then of course you will have more inputs, more inputs to just the activity. So something like that. Therefore the learning agents are suitable in certain occasions like customer service chatbots, where you can improve response accuracy over time by learning from previous interactions and adapting to user needs. Okay, sometimes all these are looking like the old mechanisms which have come in the new bots, something like that. Okay, so learning agents. Next, multi-agencies. As you all aware that, so the multi-agent include different interaction types such as cooperative. It should be cooperating and should be competitive also. Okay, then and it's mixed agent behavior. So operate without a central controller, sometimes without a central controller, sometimes it needs a coordinator controller as well, because all the decisions have to be taken to accomplish certain tasks. It should be sometimes as at a centralized unit. Sometimes it might not be happening at the centralized. Sometimes it could also, some local decisions can also be taken in the different levels actually, or different levels of agents. Okay, so this agent would be something, this agent would be doing something, and this would be doing something. Some decision will be taken here, and some decision should also be taken at the center point. So this would be referred as a coordinator agent. So here you will see many agents which are collaboratively working, and sometimes they are also competitive, and it should also be cooperative. So a system like a warehouse system where robots navigate using reflexes, plan tasks using goals, prioritize work using utility, and improve routes through learning. So in such scenarios, you use multi-agent systems. Okay. So next one is hierarchical agents. So this sort of agents are basically seen in sort of robotic system, actually in a drone system, where some level of actions or some level of predictions, not exactly predictions, some level of actions being associated at the top level. Sometimes some actions to be accomplished at the next level, next bottom level. Sometimes it could be at the next level. So this sort of mechanisms or sort of mechanisms actually adopted with the hierarchical agents, where it does the job of or implementing or execution paths at the different levels. Sometimes So high level agents focus on plan. This is something very similar to high level agents focus on planning. So these are to be referred as high level. So high level agents focus on planning and the coordinations. Then low level agents handle direct execution of the actions. So once it executes, then it will be sent to the next level for the next. Okay. So what is the beauty of this sort of agents? So reduce complexity by simplifying how information decision flow across the levels. Then example for this is drone delivery systems, in which the fleet management is done at the top level, then the individual navigation at the lower level. So something like that. Even if you see in an aeroplane system, sometimes the scheduling of the aeroplanes craft so and done at the highest level. Then lower levels, some sort of navigations, navigational components are being carried out at the bottom level. So something like that. So these are basically being referred as hierarchical agents. And now coming to, these are the different classifications based on sentiments, based on structures, based on the prompt inputs, so and so. Now coming to sort of context engineering. So you might be knowing, many of you might be knowing, because most of your brilliant guys are being, equipped with the latest trends. So just for, refreshing or, brushing up all this, why context engineering is required. So basically, what is context engineering? So context engineering is very, it's a process of basically designing, testing, and iterating on the contextual information provided to agents. Basically, when you prompt some informations, it has to be modified. So sometimes why it has to be modified? Because the level of understanding is to happen with the context of the given prompts, right? So when you will have that kind of prompting enhancement, definitely you would do the accomplishment of the goal or the task given to you with an efficient manner, with the best outcome. So that's the reason why the context engineering is required. So how do you do that context? So you will craft something into these prompt inputs. Will refine that that prompt input, something like that. So this is basically what you see in AI agents. In LLMs or what you call chat GPTs, you don't see that kind of complex prompt engineering, but of course you see very simple sort of context engineering for agents involved. Okay, so now this context engineering for agents involves even for the system prompts that define agent behavior and capabilities, and task constraints that guide decision making. Then even for the tool descriptions that clarify when and how to use available functions, tools. Then even for the memory management. So this context engineering is required for even for the memory management, because sometimes what you prompt and what the machine understand or the agents understand might be differently, might be different. Then in such cases, the sort of enhancement is required. So that's called context engineering. That even applies to the memory management. Then even error handling patterns for robust executions. So even for the error handling patterns, or maybe what you can think that there are different agents, prompting different agents accomplishing all these tasks. Then you are giving enhanced inputs to all those things. Okay, so this is what we call context engineering. Okay, now this is actually a case study which actually a deep research agent, which basically talks about this context engineering. This is basically, this example or case study is from the prompt engineering perspective. So what is this actually? Here, what does it do actually? So when you give some prompt message to the agent, you know that. So there is a reasoning model, there is a memory model, there are some tool models. So there are modules which are associated with tools like this. Okay. So it could also be associated with another LLM, which is faster than the given module, or this reasoning LLM, something like that. So this is basically web search and document generation. So this agent does the process of web searching and document generations. Okay. Okay, just imagine like that. Now, so how the context engineering is helping in this research? Say the first version, in the first version of this agent, deep agent is being deployed. So we have got some behavioral issues. Like one issue is that incomplete task executions. Okay, what is the problem here? So when running the agentic workflow, the orchestral agent often creates the 3 search tasks, but it only executes two of them, skipping the 3rd task without explicit justification. Say you have 3 tasks, then the agent executes two of them, then skipping the 3rd task without explicit justification. So in this case, what is the cause actually? See here, the problem is this. Okay, so when I run those deep search agent to see the context engineering issues, the problem here is that the agent's system prompt lacked explicit constraint about task completion requirements, because no, you got it right. What is the problem here is that the agent made assumptions about which searches were necessary, leading to inconsistent behavior. The point here is that it has executed by its own without any justifications to the skip task, and it accumulates the input from just 2 searches. So it has taken its own way of finding the things for the next stage, and even it is not giving justifications to the one task which is being skipped. So this is actually the problem. Why? Because the outcome differs. Okay, the task might go not to the extent what we expect, or what the agent system expects. Right? So what would be the solutions? So prompt, what is that actually? Context engineering. So what is the approaches we can apply? So the flexible approach, so which actually allow the agent to decide which searches are necessary, but require explicit reasoning for skipped tasks. So you say why you have skipped. The agent should have the clarification why it is skipped. Then the other approach is to have a strict approach, add explicit constraints requiring search execution for all planned tasks. So you have given a 3 tasks. You put explicit constraints for that executions. Then you will not have the troubles. Okay, but if you are skipping the one task without the justification, that would be the cost. So now solution is that you can enhance by giving proper constraints, proper explicit informations to the agents, so that you can engineer something, you can enhance the prompts inputs, something like that. So this is the one issue. The next issue would be lack of debugging visibility. So the first version, when it's being implemented, so 2 issues have been risen. Okay, so the second one, without proper logging and state tracking, the problem was without proper logging and state tracking, it is very difficult to understand why the agent made certain decision. Say my agent is making the decision, but I'm not keeping the data of that. What actually the proper logging and state tracking, because say you have certain information in the different memory locations, and if you're not keeping the state informations properly and not updating with some additional documents, then definitely the outcome, it differs, right? So therefore, solution is that you maintain some sort of spreadsheet or a text file for simplicity with the following fields. Say you have task ID, some search query, some status like to do, in progress, completed, then summary, then timestamp, so that you can enhance overall outcome based on these all necessary engineered prompt informations, right? So the agents are more intelligent with this sort of informations and would be more efficient or more predictable or more consistent. That's it. So that's this case study. Okay, next. Now I will slightly I was talking about large language models, right? So most of you know what is large language models. It's basically a type of artificial intelligence trained on massive data sets to understand, summarize, translate, and generate human-like text. Okay, so these models, basically on the principle of probability, predict the most likely next word or token in a sequence based on the patterns they learn during training. So, what is large language model? So, they are the heart of any AI agents or agentic system actually. So basically the core architecture of large language model is in a transformer based architectures. What is transformer architecture based? We'll go into that. Okay, so this large language model is a subset of deep learning, where deep learning is a subset of artificial learning. Most of you know that. I believe that you know the deep learning techniques. Okay, so what are the key characteristics? So one is the scale. The large in LLM refers to both the vast amount of training data, so maybe trillions of word, okay, or websites, the data from books, websites, and code, and billions or trillions of the parameters. That's the reason why it's basically called large language models. So actually, in my research, I've been working on small language models. So I have not put those models here today. If at all, if you are required to know, you can always mail me. At the end of this session, I'll be giving my mail ID. Okay. Then the heart of the large language model is transformer architecture. So the most modern LLM is the transformer model, which actually features the self-attention mechanisms. So what is self-attention mechanisms? Basically mechanisms where you want to target something within an environment. Okay, so you're not say when you're talking to your friend, in an open environment, when you're talking to your friend, you'll talk to only designated friend, right? So you will not talk or not interact with any other elements within that environment. So that's called self-attention. So basically, this sort of attention or this kind of mechanisms involved in a large language model is to give priority to some inputs or some tokens that are being associated with large language models, or that are part of large language models or transformer based architectures. Okay, so basically attention. So self-attention mechanism is basically a sort of contextual vector or a contextual information being formed out of many other elements that we'll see if you want it. Okay, so that's the one core architecture is being involved with large language models. So this general purpose is to so large language models are doing many problems like writing software. That large language models will do even it can generate software code, solving path problems, and drafting creative content, right? So that's the thing. So this is what I was talking about, transformer architecture. So if you look at this architecture, I thought I'm thinking you are seeing this. So this architecture, a transformer model is a powerful neural network architecture. Okay, it is basically designed for a sequential data where like text or video or even for sometimes speech also can also go with simultaneously rather than order. Okay, so here in this case, basically the transformer model goes with an encoder and decoder architecture. So this is an encoder architecture, where this is an architecture. So this model is basically concentrate more on machine translation jobs. Say for example, you want to convert English knowledge to Tulu or some local language. So inputs will be here it is English, and here it will be some other language, something like that. So this basically was defined or was designed for machine translations, but can be used now with fine tuning. So this actually called an encoder architecture can also be modified. So this NX is the number of blocks can be associated with encoders. Here only 2 blocks are being associated, and this is the decoder part where the outcome, the last outcome is being is being produced here actually. But here currently it's showing 3 blocks, but you can have this can also be fine-tuned based on your requirement. Sometimes you need even more good LLM or good transfer architecture to have your own I mean, because this all architecture or deep neural networks or sequential neural network choosing all this depends on your applications or some other criteria, right? Say for example, also in line with that applications or in data set, you can also fine tune this. So this is a one architecture was proposed by Vaswani et al. 2017. Okay, now this has come with the different flavors. Even I have come up with my own flavor. So here what you see, that is positional encoding. So now I'll explain about what is this basically. Say when inputs here given, so what is input? Basically natural language. So this is a transformer architecture or LLM is for natural language processing, right? So when you give tokens or text or words or characters into this, so there might be an embedding. So that embedding is it is nothing but input embedding. So that again it's being appended with some position coding, because in all the tokenization there is no position is involved for all the tokens, correct? So then we will have to give the position. So this is what called position encoding. So this basically gives the positions, and basically in this tokenization or in this embedding or encoding, what we do basically, we relate all the tokens each other, and it is basically the purpose of this to have any contextual informations. Okay, so within those tokens or the words or within that embeddings. Okay, so this position is also to have the tokens positions, and to this is for actually to know when you are actually what is that actually the process called correlating, or of course matching or mapping. I mean, it's correlating how best the token A is with respect to B, something like that. So in that cases you need to have a unique tag to all the tokens. Otherwise it will be very difficult, because sometimes the word the may come different times. Okay, so the positions and the meaning of that differs at different positions. So you will have to tag all the tokens with some position. So that is why you have positional encoding. Now, the best part of this transformer architecture is a multi-head attention. This is what actually very core architecture of multi-head attentions. So without this, I think because what is the beauty of this is because it is basically bringing a contextual understanding or a contextual meaning to all the words or all the vectors that we create. So at the end of this, okay, so this is what, and this encoder is also having masked multi-head attention. I think I am running short of time because it's already 4:16. So I'll not be taking too much on this. If you want, you can actually go with the YouTube or anything. So this is what actually, why I'm talking this, because this is the heart of LLM. Whatever you talk nowadays, all these large language models or ChatGPT or all those things. So this is the center. This basically called deep generative AI. Okay, so this is not actually your agentic or multi-agent, but the whole system being referred as is a generative AI, because it generates text, videos, so on and so. Because kind of you can also refer it as a reactive kind of agents, because no much of enhanced abilities are being associated with it, but limited, because like fixed path or fixed prompting and getting output, something like that. Okay, so this is what the core art of LLM, and these are the different mechanisms, self-attention mechanisms, then parallel processing. So the beauty of transformer architecture is self-attention mechanism, then parallel processing, then encoder-decoder architecture. Okay, next, when we are all talking about agentic AI and AI agents, we should also know about a little bit of deep generative models. So if you look at all these models, you may feel that this is maybe all these all these images are like human camera based, but these all models are not actually real. They're all generated. Okay, so how this being generated? This being generated by deep, generative models. What are the deep generative models? They are the models which are like, which creates images, or a text, or it creates some voices or some sort of outputs by taking some probability distribution samples. Okay, so it learns out of these distributions, then it tries to generate. Say for example, these are the input samples. So it tries to generate these samples out of this. So this is what actually deep generative models. This is why I'm explaining, because in contrast to agentic system, this is a different ball game. Okay, so this generates out of some samples like this. So why deep generative model? Because you know that deep generative models are essential because they learn the underlying distributed of data to create new synthetic instances. Say for example, in this case, all the images are looking very similar actually. Say if you want to have a different outcome, outcome like this, diverse images with respect to this, so you need a deep generative model. So, and in how we can correlate this with real time. Say for example, say a scenario where you are actually traversing through the air parts, or let us imagine that you are riding the bicycle. Okay, say you have a CV model or you have a deep model. Sometimes, this deep generative model identifies the instances, or the what do you call instances, or what do you call actually, maybe some happenings in between your journey. It could able to say for example, what I want to say is, here, say in a scenario where you have not modeled the your CV or any intelligent model with respect to sudden changes. So in such cases, deep generative models are actually very essential, because this deep generative models could even find the instances happening at the real time. So one can use deep generative. That's the beauty of using these deep generative models. Okay, so these are the other variations actually called latent variables, so which also in line with generative models or generative AIs, which generates text, images, or video. They're called autoencoders and variational autoencoders. Basically, this generates text or inputs. You can use this, you can use this model for generating any text, videos. And there is another sort of latent variable model called generative adversarial networks. What does it do actually? It basically generates new samples by by fooling itself. So creating some so by cycling again and again to optimize itself, then it creates a new image, something like that. So this is called generative adversarial neural networks. Okay, another one model which is coming under the umbrella of generative AI is diffusion models. Okay, so diffusion models are basically models which create complete image or a full-fledged image out of noises. So you have given noises. So this diffusion models, I mean, what are the noises? It could be any distributions, any sort of noises, pepper, salt noises, or any noises. You are given a sample with noises, then it could regenerate the models with noises. Okay, so that's the beauty of this generative models or diffusion models. So next year, so the basic process involved with the diffusion model is forward process diffusion and reverse diffusions. Okay, so this is called noising and denoising. So what is that actually? Say this is what we call reverse noising. This is forward noising. See, here the whole image is being completely noised. Okay, so now what you do, you create image out of this noise. So now this is the step where reverse denoising is happening, where you create the new image out of these noises. So this is the beauty of diffusion model, so which comes under generative AI model. Okay, so these are all the different AI models in contrast with the AI agents. Okay, so now I think you are very clear about what is AI and agentic AI. agents and agentic AI and generative AI. So I want to target these two areas because these are the very latest trending. We have been working on these areas. We have not very much mastered on this actually. But I myself started with not large language model. I started with small large language models. Okay, so any one of you are interested to associate with us, you're always welcome. Yeah. So finally, to conclude the sessions, AI agents are the practical systems. They perceive, reason, plan, and act accordingly. Whereas the agentic AI is the broader paradigm that enables autonomous, goal-oriented behavior. Okay, so yeah, what is the big breakthrough here? If generative AI can tell us what to do, say for example, I was showing all the generative models, which basically generates either text or videos or images or sometimes speeches, using its own mechanisms, its own different mechanisms. Whereas agentic AI can help us to get it done actually, because it can pursue, it can locally act, it can interact with itself, it can dynamically reasons, it can plans to achieve the goals, and it enacts. That's the beauty of agentic AI. Okay, so the future of AI lies not in system that simply answer questions, but in the system that understand goals, make decisions, and take meaningful actions. Correct. So agentic AI and AI agents are paving the way toward more autonomous, adaptive, and intelligent digital ecosystems. Okay. So with this, I think I'm coming to the end of the sessions. These are the references actually. So I do watch, I think this time I have referred all these references. Yeah. Thank you for your nice attentions. Yeah. So this is my mail ID. If you have any queries, I think you can mail to this. Okay. Yeah. Any queries? Hello. Hello, Dr. Ritin. Yeah.
Yes,
any
sir.
queries from participants?
Any queries from the participants?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. They can
Or else you
also.
can,
Can mail me. They can.
Yes.
Yeah, mail us also. No issues. Okay.
In any case of hesitation, you can also mail to
Yeah.
sir.
No
That I
hesitation.
can
Yeah.
reply for
No.
the
Yeah. Exactly. I will be always here to give the service. No worries.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah.
Students, any queries, or we can proceed? Okay. Anyways, thank you, sir. On
Thank
behalf
you.
of AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mangaluru, and ISTE-BNY Student Workshop, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Dinesh Naik, sir, Assistant Professor, NITK Surathkal, for delivering an insightful session on AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to AI agent. Sir, your explanation of prompt engineering techniques and the real world application of AI agents was very practical and well defined and helped the students to build better projects. Sir, we are thankful for the time and the knowledge you have shared with us today. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ritin and AJIT for giving me a wonderful opportunity to interact with these wonderful brains. Actually, this is a small service to take them to the drive them to the new knowledge centering. It's all a learning system. Actually, it's all learning.
Yes.
It's a mutual. So I'm thankful to you as well as AJIT. Thank you once again, and thank you, dear students, for your patientful listening. Thank you so much. Actually, yeah, you can also contact by mailing me actually anytime. So I will be replying to your mails. Thank you so much. Shall I disconnect? Yes.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I request Miss Anusha Madam to continue the further session. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So as we come to the end of today's program, it's my privilege to invite again Dr. P. Mahabaleshwarappa, Principal AJIET, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Good evening to everyone who are connected to this online platform of today's program. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yes,
Audible.
sir.
Sir, camera.
Respected
Yes, thank you.
resource persons, representatives of the ISTE and BNY, faculty members, distinguished guests, dear students from the various the organization who are connected to this online platform. Today, as we are come to an end of this, the enriching one-day student development program on AI-powered software development from prompt engineering to the AI agents. On this great occasion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to everyone who have contributed to the success of this event. Today's the sessions have provided so valuable insights into the rapidly evolving world of the artificial intelligence. Really, the participants have gained a lot of exposure to the emerging concepts such as prompt engineering, AI-assisted development, intelligent automation, AI tools, and the future of the software engineering. These technologies are no longer optional skills. They are becoming essential competencies for every aspiring engineer and the technology professional. I am confident that the knowledge and the practical understanding gained today will motivate our students and the faculty members to explore AI technologies further to apply them very effectively in the academics, research, innovation, and industry-oriented projects. On behalf of the entire management and on behalf of the entire institution of AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Indian Society of Technical Education, ISTE, and BNY Knowledge Enhancement Program for their valuable support and the collaboration in organizing this meaningful initiative. Their kind of commitment to empowering the young minds with the emerging technologies is highly commendable. I'm also placed on the record our sincere appreciation to the esteemed resource persons who shared their expertise, experiences, and their practical insights. Your sessions have inspired all the participants to embrace the continuous learning and to stay relevant with the modern technologies which is driven by the world. My special thanks goes to all the participating students and the faculty members from the various engineering colleges for their enthusiastic involvement and their active interaction and eagerness to learn. Your participation have made this program a vibrant and very successful one. I would like to appreciate the efforts of the organizing team, coordinators, faculty members, student volunteers, technical support, staff, and all others who have worked tirelessly behind in organizing the program to ensure the smooth conduct of this program. As we conclude, I encourage all the participants and the students to continue this learning and experimenting and innovating with the AI technologies. The future always belongs to those who are effectively combine the human creativity, intelligence with the artificial intelligence to solve the real world challenges. Once again, I thank ISTE, BNY, our resource persons, faculty members, students, and all the stakeholders for making this program a grand success. Further, finally, special thanks goes to Dr. Ritin Kumar, the main coordinator and also associate professor in the Department of Physics, AJ Institute of Engineering and Technology, and is totally the dedicated team of the faculty members and the staff for making this function a great grand success in bringing all the students and the various resource persons from the esteemed organizations on a common online platform. Once again, on behalf of the institution, on behalf of the management, I thank one and all for connecting this online platform during the entire one-day session on the student development program on the recent technologies and making this the program a more the meaningful and grand success. Thank you one and all.
Thanks to you, sir, for your inspiring concluding remarks, and your encouraging words and insightful reflections have been truly inspiring and have provided a fitting conclusion to today's program. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we conclude, I would like to bring to your attention a few important instructions. All the participants are required to submit the feedback form and complete the assessment test. The links for the both the feedback and the test will be shared shortly in a WhatsApp group, as well as it will be mailed to you. So please note that the feedback form and test will remain accessible only until 8 p.m. today. So while filling out the forms, ensure that you enter your name exactly as per registration details, as well as your email ID, because the name and the email ID provided is extremely important, as it will be used for attendance verification and certificate generation. So any mismatch in the name may lead to the issues in processing your participation records. We request all the participants to complete both the feedback and the test within the stipulated time. Thank you once again for being a part of this program, and we wish you all the very best in your future learning and professional endeavors. Thanks a lot, students. So make sure that feedback and the test is completed before 8 p.m.